All right. Well, good evening. How about that? Almost 8 o'clock, right on the dot. So I can be punctual sometimes, but you see, I didn't get it. I didn't get a call. I didn't get a fax. I didn't get any guidance for this stream from my hedgy overlords. So I'm just riffing. I'm just talking out of my ass here. I'm just making it up as I go. I'm not sticking to the script. Watch out. Watch out.
Roll another blunt, man.
These are good times. My only hope with all this AMC nonsense is that we get to see the public meltdowns of the grifters that are coming, right? Like the very public AMC bulls, like, well, Trey, obviously, but the one that we were talking about over in Telegram was Scavenger. Like, I want to see his meltdown video once this is all said and done, when it's clear that, you know, your brokerage account is in the toilet. You fucked up. You lost. I can't wait. Can't wait to see his meltdown video. I even commented on this video here. Like, please don't leave YouTube without melting down for us. You have to. You can't rage quit YouTube without doing it. Can't. What's up, Antoinette? What is happening? Manuel, Manny, and Chris. Third. I guess I don't count, do I? I don't. Annual was first. He's always first. But see, his trick is he comes here, he checks in, and then he goes, has a drink. And I don't know if he's currently here, but hey, it works, it counts. So we're going to look at Trey because this is ridiculous. I mean, like, we're going up. First of all, this video doesn't even show up in the AMC search results. It's from 2 hours ago, I think. If you search for AMC, it does not come up. But the video is about AMC, and I can show you that because it has the AMC logo on it. So I don't know what's up with his SEO. Might want to look into that. AMC is not anywhere in the description. That's bad. 10% off unusual whales. Wow. Why would anybody subscribe to that nonsense? Get 10% off Gamer Sups, an energy supplement that replaced energy drinks in my life. Maybe that's what he's on all the time. Gamer Sups. Gamer Sups. Wow, I don't like that. Yeah. At least he doesn't have the Weeble. Got the message on that. So what's going on, guys? Song kicked. Yep. Antoinette is here for the Moass. Win Lambo. I mean, I could say win Porsche, but you know. Yeah. Tony Tenko, Model 3 dudes in the house. Tony Tenko, greetings, my friend. Good to see you. Chris, saw you sneak in there second. Bad Back is going to be, he's going to be the official debater because he has a very, I don't know, professional tone, and I just think that he would be good debating some of these grifters. So if you want to see Bad Back, or here, Bad Back 007 debate some of these grifters. We can make it happen. Maybe we could try to make it happen. Like the video, like the stream. Otherwise, yeah, we'll figure. Tony D gone subscriber only mode in his chats now. Oh man, that's too bad. That is too bad. You guys ruined it. This is why we can't have nice things, because guys from that very very prominent bear channel, they're infiltrating my chat, and I call him Darth Vader, because I'm cool. Okay, I don't get it. Trey looks like he took a shower. No, not under the bus, not under the bus. Just saying, you can do it. I can't do it. I'll end up yelling at them, and it won't go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere anyway. But you could make it. You could prolong it. Tanko native. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up the voice chat over in Telegram. And oops, I did it the wrong way. I'm going to open up oh shit, why do I keep doing it the wrong way? So if anybody wants to come in and chat on the stream, that is in the voice mode, well, by golly, join the Telegram chat and come on in here. Please, no ape nonsense. That's the only thing I ask. I don't have the energy for it. It's Monday. Let's see. Showers are not allowed for apes. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know if he looks like he took a shower to me or not. Looks like he maybe got some sun. All right, enough talk. But I did want to look through some of his videos here. Just the titles. We're going up. This will rip. This is a signal for a reversal. This smells like crime. Let's go. That was dope. How to be the market maker. A very detailed look into next week. The moment of truth. Holy fucking shit. This is sexy. We touched the Holy Grail. She nasty. AMC earnings day, baby. Where are the shares? This smells like fraud. This went pretty well. Head and shoulders. Oh, here she goes. AMC breakout looks likely. Max Payne. AMC breakout. AMC broke out scenarios, in my opinion. AMC breakout scenarios, in my opinion. DRS. Adam Aron's tweet in AMC shareholder meeting. This should concern you. 200% short interest. Ban payment for order flow. The SEC's plan, I guess. Addressing the AMC 100K comments, AMC 100K, and so on and so forth. So it's interesting. So there's a lot of AMC. You can just tell. You can just kind of glance. You got the AMC logo here. A lot of AMC logos recently, right? But if you go back a month or so ago, he was talking about it a little bit, but he's also talking about macroeconomics because, you come to Trey Collins for China's warnings for investors. And the issue with YouTube, finance YouTubers from a finance YouTuber, I don't know how I missed that one. It's talking about the SEC, he's talking about the worst is yet to come, history will repeat itself. Yeah, it doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes, but it doesn't repeat exactly. That's why the cycle theory is nonsense. Anyway, the world is crashing, is Jim Cramer a plant? Inflation sucks, blah, 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 blah. So this is 2 months ago. Not much AMC. Not much AMC at all. Well, why? You know, we could look at the chart, but we don't have to. Anyway, it's just interesting. He's a pumper. Andrew, no money. Andrew, no money. Trey has blown his money. I can't believe he's back pushing this AMC squeeze shit. Oh, believe it. If I made $1 million on call options, you wouldn't see my ass on YouTube. I would be on an island getting foot massages from sexy men. Trey cannot believe any of what he says. He's not that gullible. I mean, the guy already sold for $1 million, so he's just He just dove headfirst into full-fledged grifter mode, taking advantage of this cult. I would have to agree. I agree with all of these statements, but that's probably not a surprise. Okay, enough talk. Let's do it. Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off. Here we go, kicking it off.
What's up, fellow meatballs? Now, for the last week, I've been screaming to the high heavens that there's a couple different ways we can look at the fear that's sort of taking place within meme stocks right now. AMC, GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond, everything's sort of melting down before us. And what I've been screaming to the high heavens is peak fear, right? We can view this in two separate lenses. We can view this as something to react to or something that acts as a signal. Are we buying into the fear or are we buying the fear?
I know we're probably going to hear be greedy when people are fearful and be fearful when people are greedy. I just feel like it's going that way already. We'll see.
And I am of the belief, and I'm very convicted in this now, that that AMC, GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond are all due for a really nice move off of some of the levels that are sort of being respected right now, and I'd like to discuss them. So today, we're going to go over the AMC chart. We're going to
go... Okay, so... Yeah, surprise, surprise. Trey is bullish on the meme stocks. Like, why? What? Trey is bullish on the meme stocks. Yeah, who is buying the meme stocks? Where is this money coming from? Well, it's probably supposed to be going to landlords and utility companies and stuff. What about, let's look at Fidelity's orders. Remember, this is only orders. It's not shares. We don't know. But it's kind of maybe a little bit of an indication. So they bought the dip in Tesla. Great. Bed Bath had more sell orders than buy orders. Okay, this is interesting. Tesla, they bought more. They bought twice as much almost as they sold on orders. But the price is down a little over 1%. Bed Bath, they sold a little bit more than they bought in terms of number of orders, but the price is up 24% or $265. But there was a lot of short covering today across the market, so I'm sure you guys saw. Apple, they bought, and it's down. Nvidia, they bought, and it's down. Amazon, they bought, and it's down. So far, the only meme stock here is Bed Bath, and it has more sells than buys. Ape, let's see, Ape they bought, and it's down. So here's another memer. And I'm just going with the classic memes here. AMC they bought, and it's up, well, 30 cents. Yay, we're going up. It's 30 cents higher. Yeah, it's GameStop. Okay, GameStop they bought, and it's up 61 cents. So, yay. GameStop wins. Okay. So it is just interesting to note. I did feel like there was a lot of dip buying today, but anyway. All right, let's see here. Retail is broke. Hey, Chris, I was saying that the money is supposed to be going to you, okay, as a landlord. Now, if you're not receiving rent from your tenants, there's not much I can do. Will Smith inflective. Gonna come up and slap me? All right. Trey's bullish on the meme stocks. We get it. All right. By the way, I just got a notification from Robinhood. Crypto transfers. They're having trouble with the crypto transfers. Wow. It's funny because you don't actually... it's not actually in your account. Anyway. All right. Moving ahead.
Over the SPY chart and how both of these sort of give hints towards what's going to take place as we look into the next week and as we look into September. As a news flash, I am bullish on AMC in November, September. I think it is going to be a significantly higher price at the end of September than it is right now. Right now, we're trading at 947. We're going to go over sort of the different scenarios.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, sure. Now, my question is, why is he just talking about AMC? Why isn't he talking about the aggregate AMC plus Ape? That's really what you should care about, right? This is the AMC equity. It's both of these together. And it's currently at 1553 or 1567, whatever. 15 and a half. So obviously this here is where the Ape ticker started. So we're looking at like 33% just in about a week. All right. Well, let's see what he says.
So with that being said, last thing, selfless plug. All right, I'm gonna show myself a little bit. I'm gonna be live on twitch.tv/antijuicer later tonight. If you'd like to stop by, I'll be live at 8:30 Eastern, which is 4 hours from the time of recording, and 4:31 p.m. Eastern. It'd be great to see you. We usually start off with one to 2 hours of stock talk and charting. AMC. All right. At the beginning of my stream today, I stream all day, market open and market close. We started at 9, we ended at 4 Eastern. I talked about my bull thesis for AMC, and Rico could put out a video in which he sort of name dropped me, and he said, "Hey, I think that AMC could hit all-time highs in September." And what? I think it's possible, but first it's an if this then that, right? We look at
AMC could hit all-time high. I mean, what authority does Rico have to make any goddamn predictions? I mean, that motherfucker has been as wrong as the rest of these guys. He has. The only difference with him is he has a million indicators, useless indicators, and he misinterprets them. But I mean, okay, he's talking about AMC, so let's go straight to this. The AMC ticker alone. It's currently $9, $9.47. You're talking about all-time highs, So it has to go from $9 to over $72 in a month. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I don't want an alert. I mean, it probably won't ever get back up to $12, but anyway. So, yeah. And this is split adjusted now. So, by the way, the run up now is only to 44. How about that? So 388%. I mean, I guess it's possible it did it here. But you know, I'm really curious about it now.
Hey, if this happens, then we can look at this level. If it breaks this level, then we can look at this level. If it breaks this level, then we can look at this level. And I'm going to lay that out for you. And the first step was today. My bull thesis the entire day was 2 principles, 2 core concepts. I had this up on my screen for the entire stream, and it was as such. I want to see 1, higher volume than Friday at close. And if you look down here at the daily volume candles, you're going to see Friday we had a total of 36.39 million volume, and we closed today with 39 million. Check that box, right? Number 1 happens.
Oh,
Number
boy.
2 is a green close.
Wow, you really beat the volume there. That's awesome. Okay, what about the combined volume? How did that do? Okay, it's a little bit more. Friday was 50 million. Today it was 57 million. Okay, cool. Check that box.
0.5%. This is really significant. There's a reason that
Phase
I find this
6,
to be significant.
yes.
It is because it shows that
Phase 6 is coming. But these guys are saying, they're all saying, yes, it's Thursday, I think, or whatever, Wednesday or Thursday, Phase 6 kicks in. But don't expect it to do anything immediately. Don't expect it to. I mean, it could. There's a chance it could. But don't expect it. Which means it's not going to do shit ever. It's like all the other catalysts. I can't wait to see AMC Crackhead after phase 6 is a fucking phase 6 flop. And it's a nothing. Nothing happens because, yeah, you're talking. Anyway, I don't want to get into phase 6, but
and
yeah,
side
phase 6
of volume that is stepping
Super
in
bullish.
on the rising support trend that we're currently riding on AMC, as well as
Do it.
a point of control. Now, this is a new concept. This is a new idea that I'm sort of discussing here, and I haven't yet shown you some of the new indicators that I have on my trading view. But the
new
one
indicators.
on the right side of my screen is called VRVP, and what this represents in the most
visible range volume profile. Yep. Bad back. Can you hear me? Oh, what is going on here? Can you hear me? I'm about to get like stormed really bad. Oh, hey. What's up?
All right, it's working. All right, I didn't want to interrupt your review of Trey, but go for it.
Oh, no, I was just going to say,
He just found volume profile indicator.
He just found volume profile. And also, I was going to say that I'm about to get like blasted with like a severe thunderstorm here. So if today, like if shit cuts out or anything like that, it's probably why. So, yeah, we got severe storms about to roll through. So, yeah, volume profile. Okay. I'll play it and then, you know, I'll pause it and, you know, you give your thoughts. Okay. And I'll give my thoughts, but here we go.
Yet showing you some of the new indicators that I have on my trading view, but the one on the right side of my screen is called VRVP. And what this represents in the most simple way possible is volume on the y-axis, right? So if we were to think about volume on the x-axis, what does this typically act as? Well, if the x-axis on a chart measures time, right? The y-axis measures price. This is pretty simple, right? As time passes, stocks go from left to right, and as price goes up and down, it goes up and down on the y-axis. All right, this is pretty simple. So if we're measuring volume on the x-axis, this would mean that we're measuring volume over time. But if we measure volume on the y-axis, it means we're measuring volume over price. And what this does is tell us and give us key levels of accumulation and distribution where on a chart, any stock in the stock market, you have net longs and shorts that are establishing positions in different particular places on a chart setup, right? Well, if you look at AMC on the daily chart and sort of the setup that we have right now, the point of control on AMC is at $9.50. And it was very critical and very important that we reclaimed this level. Now, what is the point of control? What does this mean? Why is it significant? Why does it matter? Well, if you look at this, right, we have the volume over price, which is the y-axis measurement of volume over here. It is a net accumulation and distribution zone. Right? This is a spot in which, historically speaking, algorithms have liked to buy and or sell stocks. And you have a lot of net cost basis that establishes itself in this little pocket right here. And to reclaim it acts as momentum. It acts as sort of a breakout level, a specific zone in which we can watch for to see a nice move to the upside. Now, what we got today was, to me, the best case scenario. We got a great candlestick pattern. This is actually called, in case you're new to it, a piercing candlestick. Colin tweeted this out before me. You got me beat by like fucking 6 minutes. And I was talking about this on stream. I forgot the name, so I had to Google it. But this is what it looks like, right? You got a strong red candle followed by a green candle that cuts at least more than half of the previous strong red candle's price in half. And if we come back, you look at this on the daily chart, you can see, hey, we did in fact do that. If you look at this, you can see strong green candle. We cut more than half of the body of the strong red candle in half. This is typically a signal of an upcoming reversal, but all good signals, all good setups.
Like a reversal, like the other one that you said the other day, or where was it? Yeah, this one here. I think it was this one. Which one was it? Shit. I can't tell because none of them actually were. This one? Was it that one? Or was it this one here? Was it this one? I don't know which one of these he said was a reversal. But he said it was a reversal. And, I mean, I guess maybe this one was. But Trey and his goddamn single fucking candlestick patterns. I mean, is there anything more useless at this point? I mean, seriously. Single candlestick patterns. This one candle is going to tell you what's going to happen. Right. Yeah, just
Not only that, he's looking at it with no objectivity.
oh yeah,
So
of course.
he's using his volume profile. Was that the daily chart that he had up?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a daily chart, but he's only got it. Ah, shit. He's only got it like going back. Well, let's see. That would be 1 month. 1 month. He's only got it going back like a month and a half, 2 months.
Yeah. So
I don't know
he's
how
trying to make a long forecast using the shortest amount of data. Like,
yeah.
I don't understand how he sees a breakout to all-time highs.
Yeah, I mean, we're like a third of the way through this video, and I don't like he's not setting that up very good at all. I don't know.
I mean,
like,
he's using volume profile, and the way he's using it is almost like a day trader
right.
looking at specific levels to jump. But if they're not selling the stock and they're just holding, fuck it, does it matter with the volume profile? He's not getting in and out of a position.
Right. Yeah, right. I mean, where I picked up volume profile was like learning about futures trading. And you know, they use volume profile all the time. So I kind of picked it up from that and just, you know, like, okay, I can throw it on a stock and it'll work. But
It's almost like
yeah.
he's coming at it from a day trader's perspective.
Having a bit of technical difficulty here. The storm has come upon me here. So
Yeah, we're getting it here in Baltimore too.
Oh yeah. We are getting it here in Cleveland. So yeah, he's coming at it from a day trader's perspective. Is the last thing that we heard you say.
Yeah, he's almost coming at it from a day trader's perspective, where he's talking about claiming specific levels, but it doesn't match with what his objective is. You understand? Yeah, like, am I breaking it down? Can you understand that? Like,
yeah.
The way he's using it would be to get in and out of positions and to make money in short. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
He's talking about how this. I don't see how this at all shows any type of all-time high breakout coming or anything like that.
Tanko Native said they've been trading AMC since day one while telling everyone else to hold.
Yeah, I don't doubt that one bit.
Right, and we know that Trey has. We know that Trey traded options last year, made a lot of money. I mean, he'd be stupid not to be trading it if he was involved in it at all. He's, you know, so yeah. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that at all. I would not doubt that at all. So yeah, but
went from AMC now to add on GameStop and now BBBY. So it's like, how much money do you think your community has?
Right. Oh yeah. Plus all these shitty IPOs, all these Chinese, Hong Kong IPOs that have been, you know, I mean, and what's, you know, just as an aside, what's going to happen with that now that whole community, John Wick sniping, Kevin Free From It All, and whoever else is ripped, it's been blown apart. Like, I mean, what is that going to continue? I don't know. Like, maybe we should ask Antoinette.
They're in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
Those type of stocks, you're going to get caught in a halt process and you're going to get fucked. You're not going to be able to get out of it in time.
Oh, yeah.
So, especially the apes have no experience in doing that kind of stuff. So,
right.
It's not going to end good. They might make a score here and there, but the majority they're going to be down.
Right. Yeah, for sure. What was that one? Was it FZ or
JZ?
JZ. That's right. That's right. Oh yeah. I mean, look at this fucking thing. Like, it literally was at, like, it hit a high of 186 on Friday, and today it closed at $8.37. $8.37. It opened at 5.
It opened at 5.
Went up to $186, $186.01, and then today and yesterday, by the way, closed at $18, and today closed at $8. So I mean,
yeah.
I mean, a lot of people
and
learn.
Unless you were able to get in early, you weren't going to be able to get out of it. A lot of them guys probably got in on the way up and got trapped in them halts.
Right. Or they got in on the IPO price, like they got in, they had shares from the IPO, I guess. So let's see here. Volume Friday was 5 million. 5 million. Volume today was 10 million. The range today, well, it only went from a low of 765 to a high of 1490, but it closed at $8 on twice as much volume as Friday. So, like probably not. It's probably not, very liquid either. But
you see, they don't understand that either. That
no,
it's got to have enough liquidity to get out of the damn thing.
Right. Yep. Oh, and then that was the best example. That was what was that one? Shit. It was the one that was a couple weeks ago that went up to like $2,000 or whatever.
Oh yeah. I can't remember. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I forget what it was. AMTD. No. Well, anyway, I'm off that now. But yeah, I mean, it had the fucking spread was like $150 or some shit. I mean, it was crazy, absolutely insane. No way would I touch that. No fucking way. Anyway, yeah, they don't get that. A lot of people probably got screwed. It's a good lesson, like especially if you were HKD. Thank you, Chris. HKD. Shit, I mean, even now the spread is $18. Spread is 8 bids, 130. The ask is 148. So yeah, I mean, why would you? But you have to know that. You have to understand. HDK surprised. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, they probably didn't have enough liquidity to get out of it at the price that she wanted. And they don't understand what that is or how that works. So they just think, I hit sell. Why didn't I get the price when I hit sell? It's like, nah, it doesn't work like that always.
Right. Yep. Okay. All right. Going to continue with the video here. If you hear anything and you're like, fuck, you got to jump in, just jump in. I'll hear you and I'll pause the video.
Okay.
All right.
Signal of an upcoming reversal, but all good signals, all good setups need good follow through. So tomorrow we would expect it's a very strong green day. It could be a gap up day. Maybe it's a 5, 6, 7, 8% green day. And there's going to be particular levels that I'm watching for as we continue to march our way down on AMC. So I'm going to pull up the hourly chart now, right? If we're looking at the hourly chart, the same sort of principles apply here. We have VRVP on the right side of the chart right here. This represents volume over price instead of volume over time. We do have volume over time down here, right? But this just gives us ideas of speed levels. Whenever you have a pocket, right, you can view this as sort of a pocket right here where there's a lack of volume over price, right? These typically act as speed lines. And why I view this to be significant is if we crack 970, which is where we have a very high volume profile, very high volume dense area of price on the chart, I think you're going to very quickly find yourself approaching first $10 and second $11. This is something I think is very possible by end of week for AMC. And then
okay.
No. And again, he's breaking it down as a day, looking at it as a day trade,
right?
Or a hodl position, like exactly what Chris said in one of his earlier comments. It makes no sense.
Right. Who cares about $10, $11? Seriously, who cares?
Yeah. And not only that, once it breaks that POC, it has a tendency to come back down and at least test it.
Right. Yes.
Not go back below it.
Right. Exactly.
Doesn't mean you're on a rocket ship once you get past it. I mean,
right. Right. And that's why
can't be this stupid.
I know.
He can't be. He's been on Fox News. In which, well, I guess,
yeah,
MSNBC.
be careful with that one.
Or CNBC, like, yeah, but he's been on television with financial analysts. I cannot believe he is this
Right.
uneducated about it.
I mean, yeah, he started trading like during the pandemic, I think. I mean, basically like the GameStop was like his first like major thing, and it was like all luck, like as it was for a lot of people. Yeah, I guess I have to redo my boxes that I have in this chart here, but I went through and I looked at all the high volume nodes, all the low volume nodes, and I marked those with boxes on this chart. And but since they changed the the split or whatever, adjusted whatever, they all got screwed up. So I got to go back and do that. But I mean, yeah, that's definitely going back to like at least let's see, 2020. The POC is like 750. So from the beginning of 2021, it's again 750.
Not only those volume profiles, it breaks down by the color. I believe red is sell, green is buy.
Correct. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So at those higher nodes, if it's more sell pressure coming in,
right? Yep.
It's not going to break through that level easily.
Right.
That's notoriously where it's been kicked out. So I don't understand why he's not. Unless he really doesn't know this stuff.
I don't think he does. Like, that's what's always interesting to me. Like in these high levels here, like, I guess I go to like a 4-hour chart, maybe be easier to see. Like during the run up last year, June 2nd, June 3rd, that area. Like if you look at the volume profile, it's so interesting because what you see is like, and this always like was like, what? At the highest levels, and this, of course, this is adjusted again, but at the highest levels, like there's more buying than selling. Like, so people were buying it. People were buying it up here more than they were actually up here, which is crazy. Like all these levels, I mean, this one's hard to see. There's not much there, but there's more buying. There's more green on
that's
most.
Because that's where the majority of the apes just kept shoveling in, thinking that they were going to catch.
Yep. Right. Yep. So it's I mean, it's funny because I haven't really seen anybody else use volume profile. Maybe Rico does, but Chuck says, Jesus, I think Trey has had way too much Adderall.
He's had something.
He's had something. Yeah. Possibly Adderall. I don't know. Okay, well anyway, so $10, $11 by next week. Awesome. That'll make a lot of people happy. Here we go.
I know this sounds wild because the SPY's been an interesting spot. We're going to talk about this. It does have a nice setup. I think you might actually see the SPY green tomorrow, but nonetheless, you cracked that level. You cracked 970 where the volume.
Why would you see SPY green tomorrow? Like, yeah, it's possible. I mean, on like a massive short covering rally. But fundamentally, what catalyst is there for the fucking market to be green? Seriously.
Yeah,
like, this is what I don't understand. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, he's not going to say that it's short covering rally because they don't believe in short covering. So what the hell? This is brain dead.
Yeah, they have this whole way this thing works completely fucked up. Like,
yeah,
there's nothing in the SPY charts or even just the news that would make anyone bullish on the market as a whole. Like I said, unless you're going to day trade in and out real quick.
Mm-hmm.
But he's talking about long-term positions. It just,
yeah,
I don't see it. And then he says September. I don't see what he thinks in September. Does he not know that's when QT gets ramped up? That's why
Right.
another round of rate hikes.
I was going to look
Like
at the
QT has not even really begun yet.
no.
Like they don't. I don't understand why they don't factor that into anything. That's a lot of money that the Fed's going to dump off their balance sheet.
Right. How much are they? Have you heard like how much they're trying to dump? Or is it?
Yeah,
not?
in September it jumps up. Let me see if I can find it again. But it broke it down how percentages on how they were going to do it. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. So looking at the S&P seasonality, September is basically flat to down, like across the month in terms of seasonality, and then October, November, December, fourth quarter, you start to get, a push up. Typically, I think this is over the last 20 years. Yeah, 20-year period average, but of course things could be different. But,
Let's see if I can find it. If I find it, I'll chime back in. I'm looking forward.
okay, all right. We'll just keep going with the video.
And you look at first
Go back
10
just a little
bucks,
bit so we can hear that wonderful
and I
statement.
know this sounds wild because the SPY's been an interesting spot. We're going to talk about this. It does have a nice setup. I think you might actually see the SPY green tomorrow, but nonetheless, you crack that level, you crack 970 where the volume density sort of ends, and you look at first 10 bucks and then really the right shoulder up here. I mean, this is going to be a spot where I see us without a shadow of a doubt reaching over the next 1 week, maybe two maximum, and I think this could happen even
Without
into
the shadow
tomorrow,
of a
Wednesday.
doubt. Oh, I love when he talks in such clear certainties. Without the shadow of a doubt.
I think I found it. Fed began a program of quantitative tightening, reducing its balance sheet by $45 billion per month over the summer. It plans to accelerate the winding down to $90 billion per month starting September 1st.
90 billion per month, September 1st. So 9, 10, 11, 12. So roughly 100 billion. So you're talking about half a trillion and up to the end of the year. From September 1st to the end of the year, you're talking about basically half a trillion, 500 billion. A little bit less. And I think it was like 6 trillion. I think it was like 6 trillion that they added since the pandemic, something like that. So you're starting to eat into it then.
9 trillion. Yeah, it's 9 trillion total. I think
9. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, nearly 9 billion. I'm sorry, nearly 9 trillion balance sheet to shrink.
9 trillion they're trying to get off total. Oh my God.
I linked the article in the
oh, okay.
In the Telegram.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah, let me pull that up. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So they started in June, 45 billion over the summer. Plans to accelerate to winding down to 90 billion per month starting September 1st. Right. Fed stepping back from asset purchases in the bond market, slowly allowing its nearly 9 trillion balance sheet to shrink. Let's see. So here you see, yeah, this is a cool chart. You see the light blue color is the balance sheet. So here's the pandemic, and you see the balance sheet shoot up from about 4 trillion, roughly 4.5 trillion to 9 trillion. And that's the time when you saw the stock market or the S&P, namely the S&P, but I mean, shit, actually, you probably look at the NASDAQ, would probably be even more ridiculous because tech loves cheap money. Tech depends on cheap money. All that stupid shit that it's not viable technology like Uber and shit like that. They've never made a profit. Well, maybe they have, but
I think they just made a profit last quarter or something for the first time.
really.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that.
So the Qs from the pandemic low to the peak in November, whenever, was 150%. So it rallied 150%. And, well, that's interesting because the balance sheet was basically doubled. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Where did that money come from? How could the stock market basically double? Well, the amount of money out there basically doubled. So, you know, it's basically been, here's the longer term chart, right? No, that's not the longer term chart. Where's the long? I don't have that on here. Okay. Anyway, it gets a little more complicated there, but I looked at it. I looked at it on the Federal Reserve and the M2. Some gnarly lightning here. So let's see, max. Yeah, so here's a great financial crisis. And this is M2, so it's not exactly the same as the balance sheet, but it's still an indication of the money supply. This is like, so M2 includes like bank accounts, IRAs and shit, money market funds. It's not just the Fed balance sheet. It's like the Fed balance sheet plus deposits and everything. Not everything, because that'd be M3. But anyway, it's another measure of money supply, right? So, you know, 2008, about 8 trillion. Now we're over 20 trillion. So, and that's from the great financial crisis to now. So it's been we've been in this long-term period of this, and then accelerated.
How do they? So their thinking is that the whole market's going to crash, except for these meme stocks somehow that are going to shoot up, and become the most valuable assets on earth. Well, where's the money to pay for it?
Right.
Or they going to say insurance? The DTCC has insurance. Okay, so in the housing crash, you've seen insurance companies just not have to pay because they were like, "Fuck it, we don't have it." So even if they thought their wildest dreams would come true, there's no money to pay for it.
Right, because they're literally taking money out, and money costs more to borrow, so that reduces. Yeah, I mean, it's not. The overall thing is like last year. I mean, shit. Last year you were in the fucking thick of this shit. You can't actually tell from the M2 because it kept rising, actually, but and I don't think you can tell from this either because, well, actually, yeah, you can. No, it kept rising. It did keep rising. And that's where they fucked up. That's where they fucked up with this shit. It never, once these lines crossed here, basically, once the balance sheet and the S&P 500 met up with each other, they should have started to taper the shit. They should have done it pretty much at the beginning of last year. But anyway, but last year we were still, everything was highly speculative. There was all this free money. Some of what they're saying might have made sense. I mean, he's saying the same shit he said last year. Last year, you could say stuff like, "Oh yeah, we're probably going to get it's probably going to bounce and da da da." Yeah, because people had just basically endless amounts of money to throw in the market. Not endless.
The climate is totally different.
Yeah, it's totally different. I mean, that's the biggest. I think for somebody coming in who's like questioning this shit, like they know that something's not right about this, but they're not sure whatever. That's like one of my paychecks for 2 weeks. What? In one day, and super chats talking about this bullshit. Are you kidding me? I really did pick the wrong side to be on.
I'm telling you. At a certain point, if they're just going to give it away, that's why even though these influencers and grifters I hate, but it's at a certain point you just got to be like, fuck, someone's going to get it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I thought about starting a second channel, you know, like anonymously. I mean, it wouldn't be, you wouldn't know it was me, basically, and put out, you know, because I mean, I've got like, I can come up with catalysts. I can come up with better catalysts than these guys can, no question, you know. So I was going to do that, put out a video, you know, put out videos with, you know, bullish on and then turn around and debunk them on this channel. So like kind of shill for myself in a way. Anyway.
I mean, they believe anything.
They do.
They don't research shit.
Nope.
They only go by what the cult says. Like none of them do any outside verifications or anything.
None
Information that opposes them, they completely shut down and disregard it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you said it. I mean, it's crazy. It is insane. Like that, what's her name? Teresa Perrin lady. Like, okay. You know, I really just don't understand how people can not even do the most basic of preparation. Like, you're looking at a chart, you're looking at dates from last month, honey. Like, what are you talking about? This month, Friday's FTDs. It said July 29th. Like, I mean, this is some, like, it's beyond clown. It's beyond clownish at this point. Like, I don't get it. Anyway, I'm trying to put this on screen here. Oops, shit. Fuck. I really don't like OBS, but it's really the only fucking streaming software that anybody uses. Okay, I'm gonna just put this in here so people know. There we go. In voice chat, I got you there. So, all right. All right, I'm going to continue with the video. Here we go.
As levels to pay attention to. Now, if I was to chart out sort of what I think makes the most sense moving forward based on this setup and based on previous price and previous trend, right? What I think makes the most sense is this. If you look at implied volatility for Amy, you have a choice. And this is where I think Rico subconsciously believes that we're going to all-time highs, because this is really the only scenario I can see us making a nice rip despite the fact that implied volatility is not cheaper, which is the pricing of contracts. Rico thinks we're going to all-time highs in September. Will we? I don't know, right? I'm not going to say that we are. But what I will say is if we're going to rip with implied volatility this high, it's going to indicate one thing. It's going to indicate that market makers are going to lose control of the stock. See, market makers make money by selling you contracts, selling you calls, selling you puts. And then when you're wrong.
What? I mean, the way I see it, okay, implied volatility is higher. I actually don't know what it is. I don't care to look, but I guess he's showing it here on Market Chameleon. Come on. Okay, IV option. So it's over 100, but that, I mean, that's useless though. You'd have to look at IV percentile. You got to compare it to, you know, where it has been. Like, if you just say, oh, IV is 120%, well, what does that mean? And, you know, it means it's 120% now, but how does that compare? So 78% of the time it was lower than what it is now, which means it's high right now, right? So, because you can see that here's the implied volatility percentile. Here's the implied volatility. and we're not looking back a whole year here. That's the problem. That's why it doesn't look like it. But if we were to look back a whole year, you would see that, implied volatility crushed way down like at the end of last year when this thing like slowly bled out after the summer. But okay, so higher implied volatility, that's what you want if you're selling options. If you're an option seller, you want high implied volatility. You want to sell options at a high implied volatility point because, those options are more expensive. You're going to collect more premium. As the implied volatility implodes or goes down, crushes, you're capturing that premium. You have already collected it, and the holder of the buyer, the person holding the option, is going to see the premium, collapse, and that's money that you have that they don't have. So the fact that IV is high, I don't understand how that indicates that market makers are going to lose control. I don't think that market makers really lose control ever, because that's what they're there to do, is to make the market and provide liquidity. I don't think that the apes I don't think it's possible the apes have the resources to throw them out of control at this point.
No.
Not only that's a total fantasy.
But the market makers are just like bookies. Bookies play both sides and are theoretically supposed to make their money on the juice that they charge to losers. Right? Yep. But they're trying to get an even position on both sides. Same thing with the market maker.
So it doesn't matter which way it goes. It doesn't matter which way it goes.
They're not taking an active shot.
Right. Yeah, and that's another thing that we've tried to talk about here. And guys like this, guys like Frankie Mohammed, they lump together, hedge funds, market makers, brokers, as if they all are the same, fulfilling the same role. And they don't. Yeah. That's why Citadel fucked up by having the same name for Citadel Securities, the market maker, and Citadel, the hedge fund. Should have been separate names. He could never have conceived that there would be this group of idiots, some in 2021, who would get so confused about it. But if it was called something else and it was still owned by Ken Griffin or whatever, they probably wouldn't make the connection. But because it's the same name, you see it all the time. Yeah. They talk about Citadel, the market maker, and they say that Citadel's 13 Fs. It's like, well, no, Citadel, the market maker, doesn't have 13 Fs because they're not holding positions. They're not shorting the stock, like establishing short positions. They are shorting it in the sense that they're selling it to you, like that off-exchange short, thing that they do, which is another stupid thing.
They're not playing it.
But they're not playing it. They're not putting on a short position, waiting for it to go down, then buying it back. That's not the role of that entity. And, I don't know. It's like
after a year and some change, the amount that they have not figured out or even learned yet.
Mm-hmm.
It makes no sense, man. I don't think it's about. It just is mind-boggling.
Right, and we're talking about somebody who's been like not only watching this for a year, but actively like participating. He's a leader of the community. You might be able to understand how like somebody like who just bought some AMC shares and they just held them and they're not like fanatical about it. They work or whatever, and they don't look at it every day. Like, yeah, okay. I wouldn't expect them to know all this inner working stuff. A lot of people who are active traders don't even know really this, but they don't worry. They're not sitting there saying, oh, this crime in the market and all this bullshit. They're just trading and making money or whatever. But like, this is somebody who's like become, or at least whatever, is a leader. He's a figure. He's putting out content. He's trying to educate people. It's like, how in the fuck? Like, I just don't. Yeah, it's mind-boggling, man.
SEC, you know how you can tell none of this, it's not going to happen?
Ooh, you cut out. Shit. Oh, my God. I think I know.
Individual is that the SEC has not put a stop to any of this. They don't give a shit that they're getting communities together to group buy and
Yeah. Yeah.
off, or if what they thought was real, SEC would be shutting them down left and right for manipulation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. So I was kind of having some connection problems there, but you said that the number one clue that this is all bullshit, that it's nothing, it's not going to happen, is that the SEC has not stepped in and like shut these guys down or anything. That's what you were saying, right?
For market manipulation. Yeah,
right.
For market manipulation.
Right.
Because it's clearly market manipulation. They're telling people not to sell, coordinating groups of buying, telling people what to do. Like, since the SEC has not moved on them, you know that they have no. It doesn't matter.
They think
if there was a chance that they could ruin the market, SEC would be jumping all
over it, right? But because, I see what. Yeah, yeah. No, that's. I think that there's something to that. All right.
They're just letting these idiots kill themselves.
Right.
Figured in another year or so they'll all be out of the market and broke.
And the only thing that they did do was put out that commercial or whatever, that PSA a few weeks ago that they got all hot and bothered about, like with a game show thing or whatever, pies in the face. And it's like, I mean, honestly, like, yeah, like what are you going to do? Like, yeah, you're an adult, you can do whatever you want, but yeah, this is kind of stupid. And I mean, technically it's illegal. Like, this is another thing too. Colluding to make a short squeeze happen is illegal. Like, you're not supposed to do that. I mean, and I'm not saying that the SEC is ever going to care or enforce that, but I mean, the fact that it is specifically mentioned, it's like, yeah, clearly this is not how this shit's supposed to go down. Like, it's not what it's supposed to be. Like, and I understand that institutions and the 1%ers, whoever, whatever, there's a lot of shit that goes on. And, it's a dirty fucking business and all that stuff. But, I mean, Jesus Christ, like, this shit is just, I mean, yeah, short squeezes do happen. But, like, the idea of a bunch of people talking about making a short squeeze on a public forum, on many public forums, on Twitter, on Reddit, on YouTube, on a daily basis, when you know that they scrape this shit, that they analyze it, that they pull, data from these social media sources and actually trade off of it, that influences the market, and you think that you're going to do that. I mean, it's just, it's delusional. Like, you're actively actually making it not happen. Yep. What's that?
And not to cut you off, but your buddy Dr. Zeno's in here.
Oh yeah.
And that one question, if he's still in here, has any of the predictions that you and your group come true? Have you been right about any of your predictions regarding this, or has it been a continuing clusterfuck since the actual squeeze last year? Has anything that you guys predicted come to fruition? Just answer that if he's still in here.
I don't know if he is. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that guy's a clown.
I mean, literally, yeah, every fucking prediction that they have had or
catalyst
has just went by the wayside.
It has.
And I don't understand how they can't catch on to that.
Well, I guess if you're
like, I wish I knew these people, because I would borrow money from them in real life every day, because you could just give them any bullshit excuse and they would just eat it up.
Yep. So let's see here.
Go ahead. My bad. I didn't want to.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So we got 2 new I just made, let's see here. Since Lynn's not here, and since they Model 3 dude and manual now have the wrench. So the moderator powers. So use those as you see fit. I don't care. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. Like literally everything. That's why it's like it's comical that they're still talking about this phase 6 thing. Like, really, you think that's going to be it? Like, okay. I mean, you can't make this shit up, and you can't tell anybody. That's why I never wanted this to be like, oh, I'm trying to like convince people that this isn't going to happen. I don't care. Like, I know I'm not going to convince these people. These are some of the most stubborn people that you'll ever encounter.
Oh my God.
You know, so I didn't want to go down that road. I don't care if people do believe it or not, but you got to look at where this shit's coming from, and that's these grifters. That's the problem. Believe anything. I'm not going to try to convince them of anything. But the people that are knowingly putting this shit out, knowingly or unknowingly, well, for whatever reason.
How about people that just stream every day, nonstop, that one stop, that just AMC?
Yeah, like Casey Shaw. I mean,
the minute ticker.
Yeah, like Casey Shaw. Mr.
Exactly.
What was his title today? It was The Church Has Spoken. The Church Has Spoken. Like, what? Okay. What are you talking about? The Church Has Spoken. I mean, it's literally like a religion. It's like a cult. I mean, the Church has spoken. Great. Like, a bunch of people who are delusional have spoken. Whatever, man. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Zeno, he didn't respond. He didn't say anything else. So I don't know.
Yeah, just don't even waste time on him. I was just hoping he was there. I wanted him to answer that.
Yeah. Doubt it. Okay. All right. I'm going to continue with the video.
Going to indicate one thing. It's going to indicate that market makers are going to lose control of the stock. See, market makers make money by selling you contracts, selling you calls, selling you puts. And then when you're wrong, when they expire worthless, they collect your money. They keep your premium. They keep whatever you paid for the contract, right?
Why the fuck would you let a contract expire worthless? Like, what the fuck? These people, I mean, and I know, you know that most of these contracts expire worthless. All these AMC contracts, calls. What is wrong with people letting their goddamn contracts go to zero? Like, what the fuck? You should not be trading options if you let your shit go to zero on something like AMC. You have no business trading options, and you're actually hurting your movement. You're hurting your cause by doing that. You are arming your enemy, which I don't think is really your enemy, but they think it is, so whatever. You are giving the other side ammunition in terms of all that money that you're just giving them every week. It makes no sense. Why would you let the shit expire? Anyway.
This scenario, if AMC launches while implied volatility is still decently high, it's not crazy high, it's not crazy low, it's sort of in the middle right here. This would indicate to me that market makers are going to lose control. It could happen. It's happened before. We saw market makers lose control back here in June. They regained it through whatever sort of mechanisms and crazy.
You know what the IV was then, Trey? It was a lot fucking higher than it was now. A lot fucking higher. So, and I have never heard anybody say high IV is going to make the market makers lose control. That really doesn't make any sense. I don't even understand what you're saying. When IV is that high, where is it likely going to go? It's likely going to go down, and that's good for market makers. That's good for option sellers. So I don't know what he's talking about. It seems to be stupid. Though I don't get it. I don't get it.
shit they're able to do, but they did. And that would indicate, you know, if we launch of current implied volatility at 138%.
Let's see. We got a Trey fan in here. Zach, he's giving us advice on playing options.
Follow
Well,
his advice then, dickhead, and see how well you do.
right. Yeah. I mean, if go for it.
Just do it. I'm not telling you not to do it. Do it. Load
Yeah.
up. Come
Right.
back in
Load
a
the
month
boat.
or whenever your shit expires and tell
Load
me how
the boat.
you did.
If you're taking option trading advice from this guy,
Oh, we don't get it. I got you. You're right. Then load all your money in. Just has any of it worked any yet?
right.
Have you made any positive profits? No, because you guys don't believe in cashing out. So how the fuck are you going to make any money?
Well,
Idiot.
right. I mean, they don't, and that's why the options expire worthless, because they just buy and hold them, because that's literally all they know how to do, because that's what this guy has told them to do for over a year. So yeah, trying to help you, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Seriously.
What it would mean is, hey, at 11:10, we continue rocking, right? You sort of launch up,
Oh,
get up to this level.
And I bet you did. I bet you did, Zach. You little
He hasn't
ape.
told any of you to sell AMC, so don't give me that bullshit. He's never said take profits on AMC. He has done it himself, but he's
True.
never told his community to do it. So
I haven't
stop with the
seen-
bullshit.
I haven't seen him say that.
No.
Maybe josh around for a bit, come up. You'd have a really nice push until I think roughly $14. This is going to act as your next sort of resistance point. Why? It's very high volume, dense. You have a pocket right here, not a lot of volume established. If you can break over 11, which is, by the way, that left shoulder, right shoulder set up for what could be a head and shoulders, I think
God
it's going to get
damn it,
validated.
fucking
I don't
stupid
see a
ass
world where
fucking
that-
patterns. Like, how many times does that shit work out? I mean,
Not only that, but when it breaks the point of control, if you're going to day trade it, you wait till it retests the point of control when it comes back down, and
right.
that's when you get in. You don't just automatically jump in when it jumps out, because it's going to come back down
Right.
and retest
Well,
that line.
yeah, absolutely. Look at what happened every time. I mean, we could go back and like move it over and see where the point of control was, but it's been down there. It's been down in this area like the whole time, which is crazy. Like the POC was still like $10 or whatever. But yeah, I mean, that's always what you see literally every time. So why would it be any fucking different? God damn, my fucking connection. It'll come back. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep going here.
right shoulder set up for what could be a head and shoulders. I think it's going to get invalidated. I don't really see a world where that ends up playing through. My reason for that is that I think it's already invalidated. If you look at the right side over here, you can see that, hey, we popped up. This sort of kind of wrecks that head and shoulders setup that we had. But nonetheless, right, your next area that's really paying attention to is going to be right here. It's going to be at about $14. And from $14, if you crack that, there's your bear trend. You know what comes at bear trend? If volume steps in heavy, if buyers step in hard, if algos flip long, if
buyers step in hard. Yeah, okay.
you get some nice gamma ramping, some call options start running in the
Gamma
money.
ramping. Oh, that's one that never fucking works out, that they preach every week. Gamma squeeze, gamma squeeze, gamma squeeze. Nobody seems to care that the market makers literally don't fucking hedge these meme stocks the way that they think they do, the way that these apes influencers say that they do. And that's like, I have sources on that. I have a video on that. I have sources, direct sources from market maker and broker who say, yeah, it doesn't work with meme stocks because of the volatility component. We still lose money if we hedge calls with buying and hedge puts with shorting. We can't do that. We have to hedge it in the option chain. We have to hedge it with other contracts because we need volatility to mirror what's happening in the volatility of the option chain. So it's literally stupid to say gamma ramp. And the notion that you're going to buy all these out of the money calls and force the price to go up, it's just, you know, it's not going to happen. It hasn't happened. It's not going to happen. It's not the way it works. Okay.
break it. When you break it, there is a whole lot of sky. 22, 24.
What the fuck?
You look all the way up here, and there's some runway. But
yeah,
no, there's not. He's a fucking moron.
Yeah,
That's
this
not
makes
how-
no sense.
Oh my God.
It's frustrating. I mean,
He's got to know that. That's not how it works. It's not going to. Oh
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, there's a lot of sky up there, sure. Um, but you're literally like gonna be like the fucking guy, the flat earther guy who built a steam powered rocket to try to go up into space to prove that the Earth was flat. He crashed and died. he he got like a couple hundred feet in the air, or maybe I don't know. Literally crashed down and died. So I mean, yeah, there's a lot of great rocket analogies here, with that, or this like the the SpaceX like RUDs, all the explosions and shit. Anyway,
And not only does he think no selling takes place when a fucking stock goes up
mm-hmm.
10
Right.
plus percent, like does he think no everybody just only buying takes place? That's not how it works.
Yeah, no.
Look at the data. I mean, he just, God damn.
Yeah, it doesn't make it. It's I don't know. I mean, they've adopted this gambler's mindset.
Thousands of people take cues from this guy. Take his information as fact. Take his advice. Like he's leading people into just fucking ruin.
Yep. This video came out today, and it has over 12,000 views. In like probably about 4 or 5 hours it's been up. It's got 12,000 views so far. I mean, this was when I clicked on it earlier. I bet if I refreshed it, it's a lot higher. When I'm at 833 now. Okay, let's see what it is. And
the damn stock can't even break 30s anymore.
What's up, fellow meatballs? Now,
so now it's 21,000 views. I mean, that to me is absurd. Like the fact that this shit can get that many views, and I know people don't care about objective information. They want their confirmation. They want their bias confirmed. They want their ego stroked. They want to feel like they're winning. I get all that. But, I mean, goddamn, there is no source for any semblance of objective information about this. And that has always bothered me. Like,
yeah, there's never been never been anything negative that they have said.
Never,
even when Aron dumped all them shares in June to Mudrick or whatever. The influencers, none of them. That wasn't a downside.
No,
nope. That was good for the fundamental of AMC. Like they've never questioned, or even with this ape share, like very few have even come out on it being bad for their long term. What they want.
That's right, and I get accused of being, Tony says this is a bear channel, or that we're anti AMC.
So when someone keeps selling sugar and gives you no shit, don't trust what they say.
Right. And it's like, well, it's not my fault that when you actually look at the facts, it seems like it's bearish. Well, okay, there, like sometimes the signs point one way. And you have to acknowledge that it's not my fault that everybody's been brainwashed into thinking that, all this stuff is a catalyst for a squeeze, even though it never works out. But somehow, these people still are listened to. I don't know. It's bizarre. It is a bizarre phenomenon that I think like only could happen in this time. Like you always say, the participation trophy generation. And that's, hey, I'm technically a millennial too. I'm a geriatric millennial, or a senior millennial. But even when I was a kid, I didn't want a participation trophy or participation ribbon. Personally, I didn't want that shit. My parents weren't the kind of people that were like, oh, you got to participate in this. Scotty, you're going to get, your trophy because you played on the T-ball team. Like, no, that's not how I grew up. So to see all this shit, it's like, wow. People are crazy or delusional or something. I don't know. All right, we're never going to get through this video.
Way up here, and there's some runway, but I'm taking it one level at a time. I'm not going to be so bold as to state that we're going to all-time highs in September like Rico. What I will say is we are bullish for September, and I do think we're going to be significantly higher than we're trading at $9.49 in the after hours right now by the end of the month. All right, so this is my first level. This is the first spot that I'm watching. Based on the piercing candlestick pattern, which is typically an upcoming reversal of a signal, I'd like to see a strong green day tomorrow. Probably a gap up, followed by a 4, 5, 6% green, strong bodied candle. This would be a good start. This would be sort of what we're looking for to bring us to this nice neckline of the right shoulder of a head and shoulders pattern.
It should be something like, all right, he said AMC gap up 4, 5, 6% tomorrow. If he's wrong about that, he shouldn't get to say anything else. Like,
Right.
if you're wrong about, say it's going to gap up and it opens up flat or down, you're wrong. Like, see ya. Like, you just got, you lost your chance. But no, every time
you're pushing Moass,
right,
thousands of dollars per shares. What the fuck? Who cares if it gaps up 5%? Like, why are you watching a stream every fucking day of a minute by minute chart?
Right.
Like
minute by minute charts, what you use if you're day trading. If you're day trading and you're literally holding on to positions for like a few minutes or whatever, very short intraday period, then it would make sense. But yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that live stream. Let's look at the charts, the 1 minute charts all day, every day. I mean, it's stupid. Okay. Going on.
I think it's going to get validated. I don't think you're going to end up seeing it stop here. There'd be a 16% move that came all the way up. So maybe that's like a 2-day setup, 2-3 days, whatever it ends up being, right? 16% is a pretty decent size move. Now. But that's the first level that I'm watching for. I'm not bearish on Amy in the short term. I think that this is going up. I think we're at peak fear. And I think that
you've never been bearish on Amy. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you saying that? We know that you're fucking bullish. You're a fucking permabull. That's all you are. You're a pumper. You're a shill. You have never said anything bad about AMC. You never tell the truth about it. You always present it in a bullish manner. And I'm sorry, but that's not reality. Nothing is bullish all the fucking time. Nothing. Nothing is bullish all the time. Except maybe, I don't know. Narcotics, yeah. There you go. But I don't know. I mean, not the price of narcotics, because those, I mean, I think that shit's probably cheaper than it's ever been, right? Well, maybe more expensive now, but well, I don't know.
Maybe we ask Trey. I don't know.
We'd have to, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. We'd have to ask Trey, but all right.
You're going to actually witness meme mania start to really take place again.
What the fuck are you? Meme mania. Where is he getting this from? Seriously. Did you not listen? I know you listened to Jerome Powell's speech because he fucking streamed it. So what the fuck is he talking about? I'm going to go back. Listen to this shit. Oh my God.
Ends up being, right? 16% is a pretty decent size move, but that's the first level that I'm watching for. I'm not bearish on Amy in the short term. I think that this is going up. I think we're at peak fear, and I think that you're going to actually witness meme mania start to really take place again with these meme stocks, with AMC, GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond. Even BlackBerry is something on my radar at this point as we continue to move forward through the week. So
you are a brain dead fucking fool. I mean, the problem here is he's putting this out. Oh, Trey's bullish on the meme stocks. You don't think that has an impact on people? Oh my God. This is so irresponsible. So stupid. Yeah, Model 3 dude says, with what money? Like, who in the fuck? I mean, it's always somebody else. Somebody else is going to do the buying. Somebody else has to do the buying. And the irony is, like, most of these rallies are fucking short covering, but they don't believe it. They don't believe in short covering, but
Yeah, they don't understand the derivatives market at all. At
no.
all.
I mean, how the fuck do you think you're going to get these moves, these big candles? I mean, from retail, randomly one day it's going to, oh, it's 130 million. That's all retail. Bullshit. Retail. Retail had an impact in the market last year because of what we've been talking about, the macro thing. But I mean, these fools were told by the media, like CNBC and shit, that they changed Wall Street, that they impacted the way things are on Wall Street, and I think that they moved the market, and that's like, I'm sorry, that's delusional. Like, retail, especially now, retail investors do not move the market.
They're all action heroes in their own head.
Yes, they do think that they are changing the world for the better. They think that they're saving the stock market, that they're changing, getting rid of fraud and corruption and stuff. And it's like, I mean, like you said, the only thing, if you saw like lawyers coming after these guys, or the SEC or FINRA or anybody, then maybe you could say something. But like, they think that they're like fighting corruption and fraud. Nobody has responded to anything that they've said. So they're not fighting anything, obviously. Nothing is actually changing. But it's almost hilarious to me that like nobody in a position of authority. The only person was fucking Charles Payne, who's a clown. And let's see.
And he did it selling his fucking stock program or whatever. He wanted to sell his stock program to everybody.
Right. And Jim Cramer has kind of, but I mean, he's another clown, but I mean, he kind of went back and forth. He goes back and forth on everything. So, whatever. But the apes don't like
about making money.
They don't like Jim Cramer though. They like Charles Payne. Yeah. They don't like Jim Cramer, which is like, okay, well, they're pretty much the same. Like, they're just, they don't talking heads on TV, like reading a script somebody else wrote from a teleprompter. But
that's all it is.
It's all it is. It's all it is. I mean, Jim Cramer's set is in the fucking stock exchange, for God's sake. Like, what?
He's a paid entertainer now.
Pretty much.
Like nothing. Everything is.
Yeah. What did I see here?
Opinion.
Shit. I saw something. It was like, Jim Cramer explains why he'd rather be a buyer than seller. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, of course Jim Cramer's telling you to buy. I mean, funny, all the shit this weekend, it was all bearish. Everybody talking about bearish, whatever. Even on Bloomberg this morning, talking about What do? They pump the fucking market. It's like, it's just fuck the media. It's basically what I'm saying. Like, you can't take anything they say seriously in this shit. Like, it's okay to listen to it and know what they're saying, but don't take it at face value. Never take it at face value unless you actually look into it and do your own research on it. But there's a profit motive there. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, because a lot of people bought puts this morning and they got fucked on them, because they bought them and the shit went up, and then they saw, whatever. Anyway, all right.
I'm happy. I'm watching for 11.10. This is sort of the first level that I think is critical to watch. And keep in mind, this is with an adjusted price on the trading view chart. This is based on the new all-time high being $44, price adjusted to Ape, right? Ape having taken some of that value away from AMC. Your adjusted all-time high is at 44.65. So these numbers are represented differently, which is important. Which brings me to this, the next piece, the SPY. I think a lot of people are a little sweaty about the SPY. They think to themselves, hey, every time SPY goes down, typically AMC goes down, right? And this has been typically pretty true. However, today we witnessed the first taste of negative beta that we've gotten out of AMC in a little bit of time.
God.
As the SPY closed down 0.66%, while AMI closed green 3.27. But here's the kicker. I don't think it's going to matter. I think the SPY tested out some of these different volume pockets. It had some speed zones, some slow zones, and it held on to a slow zone. You see, if you're to come over here to VRVP, which is something we just talked about, regarding AMC.
He has no clue. He has no clue. I mean, it's painful to listen to him talk about the market, honestly. It's so painful. It is so stupid, but...
You're going to see our speed zones, essentially, right? I have this marked up as such. If I was to show you chop zones versus slow...
What would you call a low-volume node a fucking speed zone? What are you talking about? That's a low-volume fucking node. And why do you have so many fucking... Why does he have so many... Why does he have the resolutions? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Slow zones and all these different levels that sort of play out. You have slow zones.
But of course you don't get it, Scott, because you're a bear. Model 3 dude says the futures were pointing to a down open and TMI is taking roll call in his chat talking about BS. He was polling if SPY would be up or down. Of course.
Why are they so interested in the SPY now, for Christ's sake?
I don't know.
I thought everything was supposed to be AMC
I don't know.
Moass.
Well, yeah. Good. Maybe he'll say.
Slow zones, and speed zones. And you had a chop zone, which is a slow zone, based on a high VRVP, a high volume density. If we also show you the chart over here, you can see this bumps out a little bit. You had a pocket right here, which it speed rates
like
up. He's just making words up and just throwing it into a fucking
chop zone. It's a slow zone, a speed zone. Like, no, dude, you're talking about high volume nodes, low volume nodes, point of control. Like what and value area. Like, what are you talking about? You're making shit up. It's like here's what it is. They discover an indicator. Like, Trey just discovered volume profile. Clearly. He's never talked about it before. Never used it, probably. He discovered it. So now he's an expert on fucking volume fucking profile. And he's talking about it as if he's been using it for the last 10 years. But he has no clue. He's not using the right terminology. He's saying, oh, it's going to hit this point and then shoot up like a rock. Like, what the fuck? No, that's not how you use it. But he just discovered it. And, it's this cool new shiny thing. And he has to, be his stupid fucking self. Like, it's ignorant. Like, everybody has known people like this who they get something new and all of a sudden it's like their prized possession and they know everything about it and they show it off to everybody and they talk about it all the fucking time. Next week, it's going to be some other stupid shit. He's going to be talking about cumulative delta volume or fucking parabolic SAR or the Ichimoku cloud. Like, it's going to be some different shit because this is not going to work out. Obviously, he's talking about this shit. It's not going to play out the way he says. So he's going to have to move on to some other dumbass shit. Like, it's just stupid. It's like an infinite loop of
they make a prediction or they find a new indicator, a new catalyst.
Right.
They bark about that for a week or two. And then when that doesn't pan out, then they cry crime for a week or two.
Yeah.
And then they move on to their next indicator, trading thesis, you know what I'm saying? New fucking theory, new catalyst. It's like repetitive. It's crazy how it goes.
Yeah, it is.
That's literally they find something out. They give a catalyst, give a date, and then when that date passes, they cry crime for a nice week, 2-3 weeks until they can think of another catalyst or some bullshit. Then they pump that. Then when that doesn't come, they cry crime again for a little bit. Same shit.
And then Trey will come on here and say, "Well, I can't get him. Can't cross that with Alex Jones. Well, when it gets to this point, it's supposed to go up. It's supposed to launch it forward, but it says, oh, this crime, of course. Well, if there's a volume profile, it's supposed to do this. Like, it gets old. It gets really old. I don't know. Like, imagine like thinking that, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, you have never done this. You have never done any of this before. You knew nothing about it. You never thought you would ever be involved in the stock market. A lot of these people probably never thought about it before, but because of the way things worked out, pandemic, stay at home, stimulus, yada yada, Reddit, whatever, YouTube, here they are. Fast forward a year and a half, 2 years. Now it's like they are such experts in it that they are saying that they're being illegally manipulated, that there's crime being perpetrated against it. I was like, I can't imagine, I just can't imagine that. I can't imagine being so full of myself, so overconfident and foolish. Like,
The Illuminati.
what the fuck? It's the Vatican. Yeah, the Vatican. Clearly, it's the Vatican. That's the catalyst. That's the new catalyst. Vatican. Yeah, and Model 3 dude, no, you stay. I'm not taking that away. I'm not taking the wrench away from you. Antoinette says, crime, corruption, synthetics. The only thing synthetic is their brain cells. Right. Or the money that's in their account. It's synthetic, like liquidity that was added during the pandemic, or stimulus money. But nobody has stimulus money left. I mean, that's a ridiculous notion when they start saying, like, well, consumer, they got all the stimulus. I don't know anybody who's got their stimulus money still. That's ridiculous. Like, that shit was gone pretty much right away, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Continuing here.
At any time you have a high volume density, typically what this means is stocks are going to slow down. They're going to get a little time to breathe. Here's the good news on the SPY. SPY sets you up for a really, really nice candlestick pattern. I see this as a Morningstar Doji setup.
God damn it.
SPY.
Your last fucking Morningstar Doji failed, Trey. Are you fucking kidding me? You're sitting here calling Morningstar Dojis. What the fuck, dude? The last one that you called failed. It did not do what you said it was going to do. Now, like, since when? Oh my God, this is so stupid. All right, sorry.
Which typically looks like this. Strong red candle, doji candle that closes right about at the same level, or even it can be slightly gapped down from the previous daily candles as we get right here, right? You see this strong red candle, doji candle. This is almost a dumpster baby. I wouldn't want this wick touching, so I'd call this a Morningstar Doji instead of a dumpster baby, which is an abandoned bullish baby, right? This is typically a signal of an upcoming reversal. All great setups need good follow through.
Dude. Fuck your fucking TA. This is the most meaningless fucking shit. Oh, wait, we're going to get a reversal because the candle looks like this. I'm sorry. No. But just, like, no. Like, you could probably go back through the chart and find examples of that not playing out the way that you say it's going to play out. Probably more examples of it doing that than actually doing what you said it's going to do. Because, I'm sorry, there's more that goes into there's more that goes into pricing than what the price was yesterday or what the price was 2 or 3 days ago, because shit is constantly changing. There's a lot of fucking data coming out this week. There's a lot on the economic calendar, actually.
They're not even taking advantage of these what he's talking about, these candlestick patterns. So what if it reverses?
Right.
No one's selling it to take the profit.
Right. Well,
again, he's breaking it down short term, and they're being told to hold for long term. It makes no sense.
Right. Tomorrow you've got housing data coming out and job openings. You've got consumer confidence. Wednesday, mortgage data comes out, and ADP employment data. Chicago PMI, producer manufacturing index, or purchasing. Well, anyway, PMI. Thursday, you have the actual jobless claims and non-farm productivity, jobless claim average, ISM manufacturing, PMI, more PMI data. And then Friday you have actually the actual payrolls, unemployment rate, all that stuff, factory orders. So there's a lot of data. It's basically the last week of the month / first week, first of the month, and there's a lot of stuff coming out, and we're kind of in a bad news is good news is bad news kind of paradigm right now. So to be this like bullish, not even considering anything else beyond one fucking candlestick, it's just stupid. It's just fucking stupid. Like, there's very slim chance that this is going to play out the way he says it will. I say. Let's see here. Chuck says, didn't Trey like 3 weeks ago say he was done with AMC, moving on to BBBY now, a 13-minute video? Oh, he probably did, but see, the thing is, Chuck, AMC started going up. AMC had its little run-up, whatever. I don't know if it was this one, probably this one here, probably somewhere in here. Yeah, because you can definitely correlate when he starts talking about AMC again and stuff. It's when AMC's green. Because he knows he can make money, because the lemmings are going to eat, the Muppets are going to eat up the shit that he puts out. And
you can never hold them accountable for anything they said in the past.
No, it's like they forget. It's literally like they forget. It's like every day is a goddamn new slate. Every catalyst is like a new slate, and they don't care that nothing ever, worked out before. But yeah, I mean, he said he was done streaming AMC too, and he's been, he's put out more AMC videos since then. Let's see. Let's see. Aborted Dollar General dumpster baby should not be a bullish indicator. And they don't, they don't count people who stop looking for work, who have expired unemployment, but just, let's see here. They're going to lose the rest of their money. Kathy Wood says the economy is crashing in 30 days. Well, I wouldn't put any faith in anything that Kathy Wood says, unfortunately. So, Kathy Wood is like basically a retail investor. She's probably one of the worst money managers, like, in the public sphere, in the public eye. So, I don't know about that. I don't think the economy is going to crash. I mean, I don't think it's going to crash, personally. I think this thing is basically, to borrow a term from Lou, it's being managed. This is very, a managed event. I hate saying that because, but I don't think you're going to see a free fall necessarily. I mean, I could be wrong, but we didn't really see a free fall before. And there was probably more uncertainty before.
We're not even back to pre-pandemic levels yet. Like,
well,
all the bullshit money is still in the system.
Yeah, I don't think like 30 days is not going to happen. But I don't think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see, a very, managed type of thing. I need a better word than that. Tapered or, reasoned or something. I don't think it's going to be like, I personally just don't think that's what it's going to be. Chris says it's going to crash. ARK is going to crash. ARK is going to crash. It's not going to crash. It's crashing. But it's not really a crash, though. I don't think this is a crash. I think it's a correction, if anything, a bear market. But I don't think it's a crash, really. Personally, I don't know. Let's see. Trey's mood directly correlates with AMC stock price. That's true. And the amount of substances he's consumed. Don't forget that. If Kathy Wood say things are bad, we hit rock bottom. Slow burn. Yeah, I mean that they're accelerating the amount of money they're taking out of the balance sheet starting September. So we'll see, but yeah, Jerome Powell sounded very hawkish in Jackson Hole's speech. Mentioned Paul Volcker twice. Yeah, he did. But and then again, I've heard opinions like, well, why would anybody take Jerome Powell seriously now? Like, he's basically never done. He's either never done what he said he was going to do, or he never did the right thing. So why would it be any different now? But that's a bullish stance. That's a bullish stance that wants a pivot, and I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. That is one perhaps more delusional than the meme stock thing, is to think that the Fed is going to pivot to interest rate cuts anytime soon. That is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know who actually thinks that, or where the fuck it came from. I don't know if it's Wall Street saying that, that would be ridiculous, or if it's retail investors. But I mean, that is absurd to me to even entertain that notion with everything where it's at now. Lagging indicators or not, like and
this just isn't a U.S. economy issue. This is a worldwide.
Yeah,
like everybody's fucked.
Yep, Europe is fucked. Asia's, yeah. I mean, it's not good. But again, see here. Model 3 dude says this is a large correction due to retail investors being in a highly oversold market, not understand what is going on. Jerome Powell scared of his own shadow. He's playing economic games. If they would actually educate themselves, they would have been playing puts on the SPY and QQQ all day today. They have wasted so much time. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think that most of these people should not be touching options, personally. But I guess if they have to do it, I don't know what else to call it. Erratic psycho market behavior. It's absolutely managed. And, I mean, the thing is, like, people have just been brainwashed. Not anybody here, but people have just been brainwashed, about what's happening and what things are and whatever else. And, shorts haven't covered and all that nonsense. Like, okay. Like, where do you think these bounces come from? Where do you, not even in just AMC, but I mean, certainly in AMC, but like, where do you think all this buying pressure is coming from? Like, you think this is people putting on, these institutions adding positions? Like, no, I mean, this is mostly short covering, basically. All this buying pressure, and in a bear market rally, when you get down to these levels.
The majority of the last 6 months.
Oh, say that again. You cut off there. Majority is last 6 months. Try it again.
I said, like the last 6 months, I think the majority of the market has been just derivative based. Anything moved, any price action has all been from derivatives.
I would say, yeah, and mostly institutional and like futures based also in terms of hedging.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think retail. I think retail hasn't done shit for the market. Really. I mean, and like in the last month or so, they've just been buying meme stocks again. Like what? Okay. And Trey's talking about this Morningstar or whatever on the SPY. Oops, put in the right letters. God damn it. Okay, there it is. It's this little fucking
Wonder if
Doji.
our boy Frankie has learned anything yet.
I doubt it. I doubt it. He's making a big deal out about this candle, but I mean, I just happen to notice literally on the Nasdaq, it's a red doji candle. So, what does that mean? And what does it mean that the SPY has a green one and the Nasdaq has a red one? I mean, I know that the Nasdaq tends to kind of be a little bit more dramatic, I guess. But anyway, we'll look at Frankie after this video. See, Cavi says, I've been hearing the market would crash so long. I've been wearing a crash dummy onesie, completely unfazed, and I feel uncomfortable wearing a seatbelt in the market at this point. They should not be option trading at all in this market, but the TMIs of the world make them think it's all easy because they make $100 on one trade. And I don't trust YouTubers with artificial plants in the background. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Okay.
But if we get good follow through, which you would expect them coming into tomorrow, is a strong green day. You'd expect a very nice candle. It could even come all the way up to freaking best case scenario, $420. Nothing's guaranteed, obviously, but the setup is certainly there. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a nice move out of the spot. It almost feels like a pump fake. It really does. This move down feels like a pump fake. We did get that strong gap down move like we talked about on Friday, but buyers stepped in. Whether it was actual buyers or it was short covering, I couldn't tell you, right? But what I would expect coming out of this...
You couldn't tell us, huh? Could you, Trey? Well, okay. Why would it be actual fucking buyers? I'm surprised.
Mentioned that as a possibility.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but then he's also sitting there saying like, oh, the SPY, blah, 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 short covering is a possibility. Okay. How did the S&P compare to AMC? I wonder. Well, if we lay it over here and see. And, I'm going to do the AMC plus Ape.
Did he say 420 tomorrow?
Huh? I don't.
Did he say the SPY could jump to 420 tomorrow?
Did he really?
I think that's what he said. Best case scenario or something like that. Maybe I misheard him, but there's no way
I'll go back.
You're getting a 5%.
I'll go back and look. I mean, the thing is, like, it always follows the same basic shape as, usually the market. Now, obviously not always, but I mean, generally speaking, it did. So, whatever. I'll go back and see.
You'd expect a very nice candle. It could even come all the way up to freaking...
What's that now? Say again.
It was only a couple seconds back that he said it.
Best case scenario, $420. Nothing's guaranteed, obviously.
Yeah, right there.
It could even come all the way up to freaking best case scenario, $420. Nothing's guaranteed, obviously, but the setup is certainly there.
Yeah, I think he said that.
What, like a 5% pump?
I think he said that because it hit 420 on Friday, basically in the pre, and then it dumped. That's probably why he's saying that, I would imagine. But I mean, hell, it was 430 before that. But I mean, yeah, why would it? Why after all this strong selling that was based on Powell's comments and the fact that no, we're not pivoting, we're definitely tightening. Shit, there's going to be more pain. Why would it return to where it was? I mean, why would you think that? And let me see here. That
dump is a shift in market sentiment. I don't understand what would make it bounce back.
That would be, it's about 4.5% from where it closed tonight. So, yeah, I mean, it's, I haven't heard anything really in this video that's based on any fact. It's all, TA nonsense, count the larger picture. And just bullish, mindless bullish sentiment. Like, it doesn't take a lot of fucking courage to be bullish in the fucking stock market. Let's be honest. The market has a bullish bias. It pretty much goes up over time. So, like, sitting there being bullish, not really that special, not that hard, not that amazing, not that insightful of an approach here at all. But, you know, it's not bullish is not always the right answer. Let's see. All right. We're almost
and
done.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a nice move out of the spot. It almost feels like a pump fake. It really does. This move down feels like a pump fake. We did get that strong gap down move like we talked about on Friday, but buyers stepped in. Whether it was actual buyers or it was short covering, I couldn't tell you, right? But what I would expect coming off of this is at least an attempt to a reversal, and then we'll find out whether or not buyers want to step in and hold the SPY up. If they do, that's just extra fuel to the fire for AMC and sort of the setup that we have playing out in front of us right now. Last couple things I'd like to sort of talk about and mention. Ortex data, you got a slight change. This is probably the most interesting piece, is the free float on loan at 37.96%. I've been watching AMC for 2 years, and never once have I seen the free float on loan that fucking high. That is a really, really high value. You got a short score on Ortex.
So what?
According to...
Like what? Who cares? So you got a lot of shares on loan. I mean, obviously that means that you all are still holding your shares in fucking Webull, where you can't turn off your share lending, because if you did, you know, the shares on loan might go down, or the cost to borrow might go up. But neither of those things have happened. They've only borrowed more fucking shares, and the cost to borrow is they're basically giving it away for free. So, like... I don't really see much significance there at all. If anything, I would point to the fact that market participants think that the AMC should be lower. They think it should be lower from where it is. Oh, but they want to bankrupt the company. They're trying to short it into the ground. Because that's the only reason anybody shorts a stock, right? They want to bankrupt the company. Clearly. That's the only reason you ever short. Overstock. It's all overstock.com. Fucking shit.
85% of exchange reported data at 78. Your short interest is at 21%. UD still max. Cost of borrows average is at 20. Numbers are going up. There's pressure on shorts here. The setup looks phenomenal. And my last
pressure
piece
on
to
shorts.
say regarding,
I don't see any pressure on the shorts. Really? They can cut. They've, you know, this is short covering. This is short covering. All these big boom boom candles, as they like to say. If shorts can cover in a rally of their own choosing, you ain't gonna have a short squeeze. Like I don't know how else to say it. If shorts are covering this blatantly, when the price gets down to a kind of a lower level and they cover, that's opposite of a short squeeze. That's shorts taking profit, not being squeezed. The shorts taking profit, which they don't get. They do not get. So let's hear Trey's last bit here.
AMC, after we talked about the SPY, you know, I sort of see a nice green day coming into tomorrow. Looking at AMC for the next week or two. If you're looking for calls, you want to buy calls, I stand by what I said last week. I think this is the time. All right, peak fear. If you're looking for an opportunity to buy calls.
Jesus fucking, he's telling people to buy calls on AMC? Oh my God. Wow.
He must be selling.
He must be selling. He must be selling covered calls, or maybe not. Maybe he just has enough cash in his account to sell naked. He probably does. He probably covered the collateral with what he's got in his account. But either way, I mean, shit. If I had it, I'd probably be selling calls too. But I mean, motherfucker, like we just looked at the percentile. We can see here that IV is elevated.
It was a 120, right?
I mean, this is probably from Friday. I don't know. It's from Thursday actually, but yeah. I mean, it's elevated. So, which I don't know. I don't know if I really understand why, but So yeah, I mean IV plummeted here. When like what was this? When AMC, what is that? I guess that's probably the split then. That's the split right there. I guess they're just adjusting the price right there. So yeah, and then it came back up. I don't know. I don't really. IV is a fucking weird thing, and it really is an enigma. Um, and these stocks are, meme stocks are like, I mean, basically they're following the price action. It's weird. And then until it doesn't follow the price action. And sometimes you get rising IV when the stock goes down. Sometimes you get, you know, uh, the opposite. I mean, it's just it's all over the place because this is such an irrational play. I think it's that none of it makes sense. Like the way that people are trading it, I guess. And you have all these idiots buying options, buying like out of the money shit, and that impacts the IV, like supply and demand on the individual contracts. That affects IV as well. So I don't know, but I don't see like that being a good trade, but that's just my opinion. I can't believe he's telling people to buy calls though. It's like TMI telling people to buy calls. Oh, a little IV crush never hurt anybody. Oh yeah, you've never been IV crushed? Jesus Christ! I mean, nothing worse than your shit goes in the money and you still lose money because the IV crush. Like, yeah, if you haven't lived until you've been IV crushed. All right.
Calls, man. This is the opportunity. I don't know what other way to say it. I think it's going to make a lot of money. You do what you got to do at the end of the day, and I suppose that's what I got for the update on the day. So great fucking day, fantastic day. I'm very happy with the way that everything sort of played out. Hopefully you had some fun on the stream. I'm going to be live on twitch.tv/anti-juicer tonight at 8:30 Eastern. If you'd like to stop by, that would be.
All right. Wow. That was terrible. And it's been a while since I've watched one of Trey's videos all the way fucking through like that. And man, it's fucking painful. I should catch up with the chat here. I'm scanning. I'm just, picking out. These AMC YouTubers are fraudsters. Antoinette says Chuck says you should go check out the Sharp the Vix video. It's a good laugh. Okay, we could do that. People have lost everything. 401k savings and common sense waiting on a squeeze. That's not going to happen. Shorts will cover at the lowest price they can to maximize profit. If AMC would run to 40, this would all be over. The apes would sell so fast, it would be crazy. Yep, and that goes back to the overhead supply, which is definitely still there because every rally gets sold the fuck off. Oh, look, Frank Nez put out a video. I'm not going to watch it. Let's see here. Chart the VIX. Oh, good. Teresa Perrin put out breaking news. I don't see Chart's video. I have to search for it. Proof of synthetic. God. Synthetic. Shorts. This is a massive problem. Massive problem. Oh, what's going on, guys?
The market has some pretty interesting problems right now that not a lot of people are really fully understanding or grasping. And there's some things that you guys as viewers and participants in
I love how when he fucking has this attitude. Oh, there's so much that you don't know. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, guys.
Market need to know in order to best position yourselves going into the end of
What's that?
I thought all the DD was done. Why is he still talking about shit? And he's one of the ones that said all the DD's done.
Oh yeah, he was one of the Kansas 5. Yep, he was. Yep. Okay.
of the year. Now, typically September is one of the worst months for stocks, and when you combine that with having another FOMC meeting, more inflation data that is going to get released, and all of the other economic indicators that we have been watching over the last couple of months, things could be about to get really interesting. So again, guys, before we get into all of that information, make sure you guys drop a like down on this video here. Helps out a whole lot with the algorithms, and subscribe if you guys article right here, this little snippet. Neil Kashkari is happy to see the stock market's reaction to Jackson Hole. Sharp stock market losses show investors have got the message that Jerome Powell and his colleagues are serious about tackling inflation, said Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari. I was actually happy to see how Chair Powell's Jackson Hole speech was received. Kashkari said in an interview with Bloomberg's Odd Lots podcast Monday, reflecting on how on the steep drop after Powell spoke, people now understand the seriousness of our commitment to getting inflation back down to 2%. This is an incredibly important statement that you guys really need to understand, and let's just kind of break this down here. So there's been kind of a debate on whether or not or to what degree is the Fed really credible in trusting what they are going to be saying. Now, again, the target rate that the Fed wants to get back down to for inflation is 2%. Now, with the statements that Powell made last week, it is now pretty obvious that he's going to go on the more hawkish route. Remember on the videos last week, we were thinking, well, we are seeing that declining GDP. We are starting to see the housing market really starting to slow down. Inflation is still running really high. Is the Fed going to kind of take the foot off the gas and start to kind of ease off and attempt that soft landing? But with the statements that have been made, you're seeing in the market, and then the statements from Kashkari here, it's pretty obvious that the Fed not only wants to see inflation come down, but they are going to kind of do everything in their ability to see that happen. Now, what is that going to entail? Now, when we come over to the market right now and we take a look at the SPY on the daily time frame, there are a couple of key things that we need to understand. One, we are hunting this 1348 cross down on the daily time frame.
Oh
the
my
last
God!
time that this happened,
fucking Church of 1348. These guys, they're fucking 1348. Oh, it's hunting the 1348. Let me tell you, the market makers are sitting there. They're watching 13 and 48. They're like, oh, we got to. We got to get that 1348 cross. Give me a fucking break for 1348.
Was back in
it's a moving average crossover strategy. One of the most basic fucking trading strategies you could use. And if you use a MACD indicator, you're basically doing the same damn thing with different averages, 9 and 26 or something like that. But I mean, like, God. It's like they learned a fucking basic trading strategy. Like, where was this last year?
April, and the significance of this move down was, let's just say here you were playing it under the 200 EMA all the way down here to the lows, a 16.5% decrease in the overall market here. So technically speaking, if we start to break these levels of support down here, if we start to slip 400, 393, we are in for some pretty volatile and bloody markets. And you guys as retail investors need to understand how to fully take advantage of this. Are you going to be learning how to trade options to hedge yourself on the downside by buying puts? That is something that we talk about each and every day in our group, teaching people exactly how to navigate these markets. But if you're not necessarily an individual that wants to learn options or go out and directly short stocks, you have those inverse ETFs. You could go on the volatility indexes, SQQQ, some things like that are going to kind of hedge you to the downside. But as a retail investor, information is incredibly important. The information that you are receiving, you have to be able to analyze it and kind of determine whether or not it's going to be factual or just blowing smoke up your you-know-what from the news media. So what we're seeing right now
Charts
is we're
don't
kind
matter.
of at a breaking point. We saw this big...
The price doesn't matter. The price is fake. The price isn't real. Everything's fake. The whole market is fraudulent. Nothing that you see is real. Yeah, these are all things that they say and I guess believe. These clowns only make money selling Patreons to Discord. Can't trade for shit. I mean, I'm sure that they can't. They better be careful taking money for offering trading advice without the proper credentials. I know, I was thinking that too. Like, you're saying that you're teaching people how to do this. Chuck did the numbers here. 1.4 million a month, based on 1348. I don't think that they do have the, anyway. This is hilarious. I hear you for sure, but I'm not mad at another human for making money. Well, you don't understand then. You're not hearing us then. You're not hearing us, Eric, because that's not what we're saying at all. And I questioned who's actually making money here. I question that. Anyway, I mean, he's making money from his group. Yeah, he's making money off his memberships for sure. Maybe that's what you're talking about, but like, based on everything that I know about this guy and all of the videos that I've looked at, fact-checked over the last year, the notion of paying this clown to learn something is pretty absurd. It's pretty absurd.
Massive red candle coming off of the Fed here, and we're starting to see that slow bounce up. Again, we are still red on the day at the current time that I'm recording this. A pretty flat consolidation day overall in the market here. But again, in general, when you think about this in terms of a quarter-long investment horizon, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, even a year out, we are not out of the woods yet. And again, guys, if you do want to actually learn how to take advantage of all this opportunity in the market, make sure you check out that link down below. It's the best place to come and learn how to trade. We have the only really powerful retail investor geared algorithms that you guys can use every single day on the daily time frame, the 5-minute if you want to day trade. The daily one's going to be more for the people that just want to trade shares. Maybe you want to trade options with it too, but we have the full learning curriculum out there to help you break that down and use it 100% effectively. We have all of those private live streams. I'm live every single morning, market open and the pre-market. Again, guys, if you are interested, this is going to be a really interesting time, and you guys really need to get prepared because this could get really gnarly back down. So again, link down below if you guys are interested. But then we have to take a look at exactly what we're seeing here with the Fed, the target rate probabilities for the September meeting. Now, if you guys follow me on Twitter, you guys would know that we've been kind of tracking this over here. Now, last week or over this weekend, we tweeted out that they were pricing in, or the probability to receive a 75 basis point rate hike before today was in the 60% range. It has now jumped to about 74.5. What that means is that now the market is expecting fully to have, or not fully because it's not at 100%, but it is expecting more. There's a higher probability to see that 75 basis point rate hike. Now, what that means is that, well, when you start to come into a forward as kind of denotated by the bank's lending standards, well, you can no longer afford that $300,000 home if rates go up, meaning that the demand side in the real estate market starts to come down and it eventually lowers prices. We've talked about this a lot. The other thing that we have to think about too is discount rates. It happens the same way with stocks as well. When you start to see the Fed raise interest rates, you see the discount rates that the different models, the discounted cash flow models, are using to kind of generate these present values for what stocks should be valued at right now. The discount rate goes up, meaning the multiple of those cash flows that are projected out goes down. So the present values of a lot of these stocks start to come down as well. So when you're in a rising interest rate environment, it's very difficult to see a lot of these stocks start to go on these massive fundamental runs because they're getting held back. That's why a lot of people have been talking about this value shift or looking into alternative investments, because with the rising interest rate environment, it's going to be very difficult to find these solid investments to the upside if you're just looking to buy and hold that are going to significantly appreciate. And again, when we come into September over here, caution, September is a historically a dismal month for stocks. So when you combine all of these things together, what retail investors need to do as a whole is really sit back and think to themselves, okay, this is the data that we have right now with the Fed. We know they're going to be raising interest rates. We know that they have kind of stuck to their guns and said they want to get inflation down to that 2% target rate. How are they going to do this? They need to keep raising interest rates, which are going to continue to make loans more expensive, to decrease the present value of a lot of companies in the present, which also provides a big opportunity for everybody to make some money on the downside as we start to see these interest rate hikes slowly start to affect equity prices. So again, guys, make sure you guys are prepared going into these next couple of months. We're going to be with you every step of the way. And a shout out to you guys in the group as well. You guys have been absolutely crushing it as well. Pythagoras and Invictus, that release has gone amazingly well for everybody. And again, if you guys are interested in joining and really learning how to take advantage of.
Wow. Cool. Massive problem. Yeah, blame the Fed for AMC going down. It's only been going down for over a year. Short sellers probed. Oh, probed. Oh, yeah, we were going to listen to Frankie. Andrew, no money. Short interest continues to go higher.
Well, so they're really giving financial advice in a paid Discord.
They are. They definitely are.
So that Discord's sole purpose is for them to provide financial trading advice. And if they're making that much, it's only a matter of time before it gets on somebody's radar. They're unqualified.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, how's that going to look? I don't know how that's going to play out, but that's fucked up. That is messed up. And
the videos you can get around it because you're getting paid for views and you're making money from donations. With the Discord, your sole purpose making money is because of the advice you're giving.
Right. And you're telling people that if you do what we tell you to do, you'll make money in the market, basically.
Right.
Yeah,
I could get sticky, man.
I'd like to talk to a lawyer about this shit. That would be really, really useful if I could get a lawyer to come on here, somebody who's familiar with this stuff, and talk about some of these things, because
regulations.
Yeah, right. Yeah, not Al. Even Al is an expert on that stuff, but Chuck says in the Discord they tell people exactly when to buy a call and sell it. Is that legal? I don't know.
If they're not qualified, if they're not certified to do that, then no.
Chris,
they're not able. That's illegal.
Chris says, "Get Wes." Get Wes. No thanks. No, I don't want Wes Christian. Entertainment is one thing, but giving legal advice with no license, I would love it if these clowns all went down. Well, wouldn't that be great? All right, here's Frankie. Hedge funds desperately need retail investors to sell their shares.
Oh my God.
So, normally in anything economic, whatever, if a lot of people need something and other people aren't willing to sell it, logic says that would be like, increased demand with little supply, so the price would go up. But I've been seeing the price go down on AMC, even though there's this huge demand for AMC hedge funds needing AMC retail investors to sell their shares. So that's kind of weird. Like, you'd think that the price would be higher because of this, this strong need for these shares, but I don't know. We'll see. Frankie's got it here though. So another fake plant up there. How about that?
Hey, what's up? This Frankie, man. Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video should be used for entertainment purposes only.
Oh,
whatever
it's entertaining.
I say in this video is my opinion. It may not necessarily be factual. Don't let what I say in this video be the determining factor as to whether you should buy, hold, or sell AMC or no stock. I'm just an entertainer. Look, if you want to see why so many people think mainstream media is corrupt and why they bought out about 1%ers and the hedge funds, go to Boss Blunt videos, or you can go to Al from Boston video and watch the segment that they showed on CNBC when the lady started talking about the spikes that we saw in the stock market. She mentioned that it was some, it was shorts covering their shorts. And man, they cut her off. You can go check it out though. It's on you can go, like I said, go to Al from Boston.
Yeah. I haven't
So
seen
now
that
it's a
clip.
conspiracy like the Michelle Lee thing where, oh my God, they literally are looking to, oh my God. If you look for something long enough, you're going to find what you're looking for. And you know what I mean? It's like they're making a son, like, I don't even know how to,
Yep.
it's fucking stupid.
Yeah. I mean,
Fucking stupid.
it very
Fucking
much is.
stupid, man.
Chris says, and the tramp stamp reads, "Hey, TD and KC, look down," as read in the back of the van. I saw you posted that earlier too. I didn't highlight it then, but I lost some brain cells and it's
God,
not even
they
a
really-
minute in.
They really think that someone misspoke and was about to give away the plan, so they cut them off on live. Like,
Oh,
get
yeah.
the fuck out of here, man.
Yep.
And so she's saying, if they're saying that this person said that shorts are covering, so they cut her off.
Yeah, I guess. We may have to go check that clip out here in a minute, but like, yeah, I'm not sure that, I don't know how that really makes sense. Like, what they don't want, the media doesn't want people to know that shorts are covering or something. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what the angle is.
Yeah, we
but
got to take a look at that next. 'Cause
yeah,
I'm interested
And go
to see what
check
type
out-
of bullshit.
yeah,
Or Boss Blunt's video. I heard it better on Boss Blunt's. You can hear it a little bit better. But look, man, I'm diamond-handed AMC and I'm diamond-handed Ape. It's just that simple. Simply because of the fact that I don't know which one is going to run. Second of all, the tax benefits. I've been in, this play for a year and a half. So I'm not going to just throw the tax benefits away from being in this play just so I can go make some money on another play, then try to get right back in AMC. I'm not going to do that. People
Yeah,
can do
pause
what
it
they
real
want to
quick.
do with their money. I'm not a financial advisor.
yep,
That's another thing he had said, that he got into AMC in single digits last year before the run up to 72. So he
Mhm.
held, he said, all the way through 72. So he basically almost 10x'd his fucking money
right,
and said he did not let go of anything and has held it and will continue to hold. And I asked him, what sense does that make? Why wouldn't you have sold some
mm-hmm,
and just wait? Because he said he knew that it was going to come down or whatever. So I was like, then what sense does it make not to take the profits and get back in at a lower price level
right,
and still hold from there, but just take the money you invested and free roll with it now?
right.
And he couldn't answer that. He said because that went against the movement or some shit, or I don't know.
Right.
I'd
Well,
have to listen
because
to the
be-
shit
yeah.
again. But he did say he held from single digits all the way through 72, which is absolutely mind-boggling to me.
It
You
is.
10x your money and are so fucking greedy that you won't even take out the initial investment and just free roll the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Makes no sense.
Right.
Absolutely stupid. You don't get to 10x your fucking money in stocks in a couple months ever.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Yep.
it's fucking retarded. But yeah, go ahead, my bad.
All right. No, you're good.
But in our short squeeze play, hedge funds and short sellers have always been up against the clock. It's not us. It's hedge funds. And see, the objective has always been to kill the play or push us out the play before time run out for them. But they haven't been successful with pushing us out of this short squeeze play. So they can't make us sell our stocks. Is trying to create an environment to make sure we sell. You see what I'm saying? So they do that by, trying to make us think the play is dead by making sure that the price is low. But we all know the price is fabricated. It's not real. Then they put all this FUD out there to try to get you to panic sell, to make you think the play is also dead. You see what I'm saying? Or you can see what they're doing now. BBBY, they'll let it run. Or they'll let other plays run, pump and dump plays. And what they hoping is that when they let them plays run, you'll slowly sell out of your AMC over a period of time.
Well, that's absolutely happening, though. Like, You can see that on the chart. I mean, you can see, and when we talked about overhead supply, I mean, and we've talked to actual AMC investors, shareholders here on this channel that say, yeah, and some of them are even in here in the chat right now. Once it gets to, you know, X dollars or whatever, I'm selling. So, because no, I mean, contrary to what he says, the clock is not ticking for hedge funds and Wall Street institutions. Clock is very much ticking for retail investors, though, especially as things get tighter, and with this inflation and, you know, the whole environment that we're in. So I think he's got that backwards there.
He totally misunderstands how the market actually works. Like, and I honestly don't believe he's one of these people that are lying to people to try to make money off them.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think he's just that far gone that
Yeah.
he thinks he's part of
He's
the
a
movie.
believer.
It's his duty to
He's
put
a
out
true
this information.
believer.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
you don't even know the basics. Like, oh my
Right.
god, like dark. He had
Dark
his dark
pools.
pool knowledge.
Or they
is-
let the stock run. They let it run. I love when they say that. They let it run. Like,
Yeah, that
yeah,
makes
that today they
no
let it run.
sense.
Like, okay. Why would they, you know, oh, we're going to let it run today, you know, maybe get some people to sell. I mean,
Not understanding what hedge funds do. Like,
right. What the point of a hedge
assets
fund?
on under
Right.
management are down.
Right.
Yeah, because they gave investors. They have investors' money, so sometimes those investors want their money back. It
Right.
means they have
Yeah.
less assets they're controlling. Doesn't mean they lost money.
Right. And you know, and there's the whole conception of it. It's like, yeah, so the hedge funds are these evil you know, entities that are, you know, out there to screw over retail investors using
A lot of these
assets
hedge
that they
funds
manage,
are
like,
holding
for
yeah,
people.
A lot
Like,
of these
what?
hedge funds are holding people's 401k
Right.
and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Regular retail investors, retirement funds and shit.
And
I don't understand where the good versus evil comes in.
no, and let's be honest, the AMC short thesis in 2020, 2021 was a hell of a fucking play for shorting. Like, those type of stocks, GameStop, AMC, other brick and mortar businesses that were they were literally closed, so they had no income, they had no revenue coming in. Like, if you're in the business of making money, like, and you have a lot of money to make money with, why, you know, what's wrong with shorting those companies that are clearly going to go down because their doors are not even open? Like, so,
And even when the doors are open, they mismanage so much money and can't be
Right.
profitable. So
right,
just like
exactly.
Blockbuster. Blockbuster it used to be an American, you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah.
staple and shit, but they went out of business. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not evil. Movies.
Right.
Nice
Yeah,
and
it
all,
wasn't
but
short
at the
sellers.
time,
It was not short sellers who put that company out of business. You know, it was a lot of things, but I mean, you know, basically, you know, they think that the only reason anybody would short a company is to put it out of business, which is, I mean, it's just
and they
ignorant.
think
Like, it's just
every short is going to hold the short until the stock goes to
right,
zero. They'll
right.
never sell the short unless it goes to zero. If it goes to zero, they don't have to pay taxes on the money they made. That's the
Right.
only benefit
That's
of it going
the
to
only
zero.
benefit.
But it does not mean they're going to hold it to zero. That's what
No.
they have to do. It
No,
very
and
rarely ever
I
happens.
doubt. Yeah, right. I mean, like, what hedge fund? I mean, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Now, Chris says that Kevin FOMO from it all had 1.7 million in unrealized gains and hodled down to 300K. So he went from,
This-
you know, that's ridiculous.
How do you not take at least the initial money you put in and out of it.
I don't
So it's a
know.
free play.
I don't know. Lynn says,
This
I
thing where they
question.
think it's I hold for you, you hold for me, we're part of a movement. It's
Yeah,
retarded. That's not how it works.
no, I don't, it's just like, that's not at all part of my approach whatsoever. It's like to listen to other people's DD and research and whatever. I mean, I might consider it and I might look into it, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, I guess I'm just a boring investor. Like, I don't trade a lot of
Let me
different
tell you
things,
something.
What's
A
that?
basic human instinct is self-preservation.
Yes.
That kicks in. A motherfucker is not going to harm themselves for someone they don't even know.
Right.
And the only way you can make the argument that people have held like that is out of sheer greed, not because they wanted to help someone else.
Right. Yeah. No, that's a good point. Yeah. They held through 72 because they thought it was going to go to 720 or whatever the hell they were
Exactly.
told. Not because they wanted to keep the play intact so that even the people holding 5 shares could become millionaires, which is like, that shit's absurd. Like,
right. That's total fairy tale nonsense.
If it came down to it,
stupid.
if it came down to it, they would fucking sell. If they could be told, like, hey, it's going to go to $1,000 and that's it, and it's going to go back down to zero, I would bet that a lot of them would actually fucking sell. Like, if they knew, yeah, it's going to go up and then it's going to go down and that's it, and they actually believed it and it was credible information, I can't imagine.
You see, these idiots have a imagination like it's going to run forever. So
right.
They at least think bare minimum triple digits. You know what I mean? So that's the only argument you can make for people that bought in, like Frankie, in single digits, and it ran to 70, 72, 73, and they haven't sold yet. It's because sheer greed.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was going to go higher.
Right.
And then once it didn't, they still believed that it would. And the fear of missing out on that extra money, even though they're up money,
mm-hmm.
trumped everything because it's greed. That's all
right.
it is fucking greed.
Right. And I mean, do you think that they sit there every day and like think that, oh, today's the day, it's going to be like June 2nd of last year, like we're going to see this massive spike? Like, do you think that they actually are waiting for, like, one of these days they think they're going to see that? They think it's going to be like it was?
I truly do.
That's crazy.
If you look at these people that stream the ticker,
yeah,
like Casey, Trey, kohrs, they literally have hundreds of people watching their streams the whole fucking day.
God,
they really believe that at any moment it could trigger, and you don't want to miss out.
Oh my God.
I would bet that a lot of them have neglected shit in their personal life because of it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I said this, yeah, I don't know, I've said this before. You got a lot of fucked up relationships because of this. I mean, I don't think that a lot of people would talk about it necessarily because, these people are narcissists. They're full of themselves and they don't want to admit that this has caused problems, probably. But I mean, I've actually seen posts, I've seen comments and things to that effect. Like, I saw one the other day. It was like, I have to tell my spouse that I lost $20,000 trading options. And I haven't told her yet, and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if it was on AMC. I don't know what it was on or what, but like, yeah, that's probably not going to go very well because, that sucks. But I mean, imagine being like the spouse of one of these apes and like, I mean, I don't want to generalize about women or men or anything. Either way, wife or husband, whatever. Like, your spouse tells you, oh, it's the squeeze is coming. It's just around the corner. Next week or next month or whatever. constantly shifting it into the future, at some point, that ain't going to fly anymore. Like, just speaking from experience on both sides of that, that's not going to work forever. You can't keep like telling somebody, yeah,
Tank.
right, especially, yeah, right, expiration week, if it's out of the money, you're getting, I mean, you're,
You're
yeah,
fucked.
pretty much fucked. Okay, let's finish this video here.
Yeah, go
my
for it.
connection
Yeah,
is
we're making this shit. My bad. Whenever I
no,
get on
it's
and make this
good
shit
though.
long, my bad.
It's it's good to talk about this stuff though, because I mean people need to hear. All right.
And they'll get your shares. See what I'm saying? They hoping that it'll be tempting for you. It's run, you will slowly sell out of your AMC over a period of time, and they'll get your shares. See what I'm saying? They hoping that it'll be tempting for you. So we keep letting these plays run, and we keep prolonging the AMC short squeeze from popping off. They'll start selling their shares slowly to make some money. See, that's why they're prolonging the play. You see what I'm saying, man? They know AMC is the play. And when AMC rip, it's going to hedge funds, and it's going to bring financial freedom to a lot of people.
What about the hedge funds that are long on AMC? It's not gonna crush them. Seems to me that they would make a lot of money if that happened. But god damn this connection. Hedge funds that are long, like long short hedge funds, or hedge funds that are just long on AMC, which there's a lot of institutional investors. They're not going to be crushed. They're gonna make money, probably make more money than you will. That they would make more money. So be careful generalizing.
This dream of financial or generational wealth is just dumb. Like
Generational wealth,
buy a
right?
fucking lottery ticket.
Yeah, pretty much.
This ain't the big game.
And you know what happens mostly to lottery winners of big sums of money.
They go broke because they're financially uneducated.
They go broke. They get killed. They get themselves killed. They OD. Look
at most sports athletes after they 5 years after they retire.
Yeah,
broke.
Yep.
They're not
Actors,
used to having that much money. Don't know how to manage
right.
it. It's
right. Yeah, and if
you could give the apes $1 million each, and they'd fucking be broke in under 5 years, man.
They'd probably give it all back to Wall Street. It'd probably all make its way back to Wall Street because they'd be like, oh, now I can make more money. See, I'll do what I did before. It'll work again. That's what most people do.
Yeah,
That's what gets people involved, in gambling too. Hey, I won $5,000. I'm going to go, no, take that money, leave the casino. I don't know. All right.
And the myth about AMC you don't lose until you sell.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand where they got that. You haven't lost anything until you sell. The asset you hold now is drastically less than what it was. What do you mean you didn't lose anything?
Right. And you can't, if you were to liquidate it, you would have less money. So no, yeah, you lost money. You haven't realized it yet. Realized, unrealized. They don't get that. Yeah, it's unrealized, but if you were to realize it, it would be less. So no, you lost money. Yeah, there's a chance it could go up, sure. And if you sold now and lost money and it went up tomorrow and you weren't holding it still, yeah, that would suck. But is that likely to happen? I mean, I don't think so based on like how underwater a lot of these people are. But you can't that's why we're not trying to change anybody's mind or convince anybody. But shit, okay, here we go.
The play that's a threat to hedge funds. You see what I'm saying? And look at it, man. If you look at the price, them showing AMC is $9, it's fabricated. It's not real. Man, when this play squeeze, AMC is gonna be worth thousands of dollars.
Jesus,
you see what I'm saying?
Christ.
Man, they've taken us through everything.
Oh no,
year and a half.
They've been saying that shit.
You can literally
for a while.
Stop these videos every 10 seconds and just fucking mull over the dumb shit that came out of their mouths in those 10 seconds.
I know, and that's
None of
usually
that
what
shit makes
happens.
any sense.
That's usually what happens. That's when my live streams are like 4 hours long because it's like, oh my God, I can't fuck it. Yeah.
So now the price isn't real.
Oh yeah.
So
No,
now
price
what
is
the
not
fuck
real.
are you believing in? You're believing in a total like
Yeah. Well, it all comes back to synthetic shares, naked shorts, which there's no evidence for. It never has been any evidence for it, except
fucking
the
CEO
fact
has
that they
told them
think
no evidence.
that the price should be higher. They've been told that they own 90% of the float, which is delusional, totally delusional. That's not substantiated by fact. So, and they've been told that there's 4 million of them. So they did some math. We own 90% of the float. This is the float. There's 4 million of us. Well, that would mean that there's got to be 51 billion shares. I mean, that's the logic that
they can't be wrong. They don't lose. They've always gotten participation trophies. Everybody's always a winner.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to come true. Like fucking idiots, man. Fucking idiots.
Right.
Idiots.
Yep.
They threw everything at us. But see, here's the thing. This is what they don't understand. They really don't understand us, and they don't understand our mindset. See, no matter how much blood they put out there,
I'm sure that they don't, because they're not, it's so illogical and stupid, and like not in a threatening way, not like, oh my God, what are they doing? They're buying more? No, not like that. It's like, what are they doing?
They just don't
They're trying
understand
to lose.
Bitching and whining.
They're trying to lose money on purpose. Like they want to hold it to zero. What are they shorting it? Like, like, yeah. And this mindset of, I don't know. It's like easy money, quick. It's not quick. It hasn't been quick, and it hasn't been easy money, and it hasn't been money. So yeah, I don't know. Like, it's all or nothing.
Like,
nope.
He didn't even just for shits and, like I told him, for shits and giggles, just fucking to prove me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Do outside the thought research. Like, for shits and giggles, even to be like, let me see if this dickhead with this dickhead so I can prove him wrong. Absolutely did. Not just wants to buy into the fucking fairy tale and the story. It's, oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, it's.
And just because you get on your video and say, don't believe any fucking thing I say, I don't know shit.
Entertainment.
You still are telling followers that will follow what you say, because you're saying that disclaimer with a wink and a smile. You know what I mean? It's like
to an audience that
absolve you of wrongdoing.
And to an audience that expects, this is what they want to hear. This is what they want to hear. This is what the demand is for this bullish information. So yeah, I mean, it's a circle jerk,
And how would, again, if this were true, like, forget all the shit that debunks it and everything, comes down to the basic point. If this were true, why would the SEC allow this manipulation that could potentially bring down not only the U.S. economy, but the whole world economy and the stock market and all? Why would they let this illegal manipulation continue to happen if it wasn't bullshit and Wall Street wasn't benefiting off of their stupidity? Like, right.
And he says,
forget about all the debunked shit. Just go down to that one fact. Like, why? Why would they allow?
Right.
I mean, it's manipulation. You can't tell me that's not manipulation. That's not market manipulation.
Oh, no, surely it is. Surely it is. But
and obviously it's not having any negative effect to the market, because they wouldn't stop it.
Right.
They would stop it if it did.
Citadel, market maker, made record profit last year.
They don't understand that. They don't understand that. First of all, how they work. They don't even understand how to read a balance sheet.
Oh, no.
They don't even understand how a stock works or what a stock is, for Christ's sakes.
No, I mean, I think the ape thing proved that. Like, they don't understand liquidity. They don't understand supply and demand. They don't understand order book. They don't understand options. They don't understand shit, really.
Look,
I mean,
ignorance is nothing to be ashamed of.
No.
It's what you do with that ignorance. You learn to educate yourself and understand that you don't know everything.
Right.
But if you're just going to be blindly ignorant and just try to indoctrinate more people into your own ignorance, is just
okay. Well, I got the song running here. It keeps dropping out, so I don't know. But no, I think that, you know, it's crazy. Like this, it's all the same shit they're saying. It's the same shit that they've been saying. With all this new shit added in, like all these new catalysts or whatever, but it all comes down to the same shit. The shorts haven't covered. The shorts need to cover, and we're not leaving until the shorts cover. You know.
Remember when Lou said, "Stop buying AMC because you're whatever cockamamie shit he came up with," but he was telling people don't buy because you're just making it worse or whatever.
Yeah.
Remember that? And the whole community was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" The stock was at like 30 or 40 or something like that, and everybody was like, "You stop buying. The buying pressure goes away, and it'll go sub 30, sub 20, and then we'll get into single digits, and then what'll happen? The shorts are covered."
Right. Well,
so even by their own fucking shit they've said, it don't make any sense. So every fucking short has gotten in at what, $1 or $2 when it was about to close. Like, it don't make sense.
No, and they're always like, "Oh yeah, hedgies, drop it down below 10. I got a bunch of dry powder ready to go." It's like, no, because the price goes down, and yeah, you have some volume here and there, but like, no, you haven't seen anything close to what happened last summer. Nothing close. 700 million shares, 1.25 billion shares traded January of last year. You haven't seen anything remotely close to that. 100 million is the most, and you know, like, and drop it down. We're gonna buy more. No, you're not. You can't. You literally can't, because if you could, you probably would. I trust them on that.
Yep.
That if they could do it,
from now
they
on,
probably would. But
screenshots or don't exist. If you don't show screenshots, I don't believe it's what you're saying.
CNBC exposes that shorts are covering. Oh, we forgot to watch that.
Well, next time I won't get in stream. I slow it down.
Well, I don't know if that's why, but tell you what, we can look at it real quick. Let's see here. Was Boss Blunts? He said.
Yeah, I think he said Boss Blunts. You could hear it better.
Let's see. I'll just go to his page. I mean, Boss Blunts is the king of fucking bullshit catalysts. I mean, let's see. YouTube shut down the stream.
He wants to. You know how some people just want to be looked at as smart and know what they're talking about? Mm-hmm. He strikes me as one of them people. It just wants to. Like,
here it is.
Fake academic.
Here it is right here. Full video. CNBC cutting off guests for speaking about short sellers covering AMC and BBBY. This is not Boss Blunts, but it's I'll turn it up.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The futures right now down 239 points on the Dow. You can see the NASDAQ down 120, S&P down 32. Join us now, Kristen Bitterly, head of North America Investments at Citi Global Wealth. So, Kristen, I guess the pressure off of you because there's less to worry about.
It just adds to the pressure, honestly, in terms of expectations and what to do from here. But I think what's interesting about the price action that we saw on Friday and the price action that we see continuing into today is really it's this balance between what we saw over the summer months and what people thought the Fed should do, what we want the Fed to do, versus what the Fed is telling us they are going to do. And so having that message from Chair Powell, very short, very definitive, eliminated any ambiguity for dovish interpretations, regardless of whether or not you agree with their path from here. And so I think that was a little bit of a shock to the markets, the fact that not only are they going to continue on this hawkish path, But the fact that he admitted that the Fed understands its policies will greatly slow the economy and that households will experience some pain.
Kristen, you, I think, are in the camp that you weren't fooled by that summer rally in terms of a new bull. Do you think it's a rally within a bear market?
We thought it was a bear market rally. You look at what really was driving that rally. There were a couple of different things, right? So the first was a lot of short covering. And when you look, there was that concept of, did we actually,
Kristen,
was it actually...
I'm sorry. I've been told we got to go immediately. We've got some issues. Thank you. Squawk on the Street's going to begin straight ahead. Thank you, Kristen. We'll have you back. Actually, to those people that are really mad at me about Kristen Bitterly, I think we're going to be able to go back to her for a variety of reasons. But suffice it to say, right now, Squawk on the Street will be with you shortly. But in the meantime, let's look at some U.S. equity futures.
Investors are confident about the economy, and so that's why it's rallying. When clearly it's probably a short covering rally, you know. But there was some kind of economic news that came out or something. Some kind of data came out. They don't talk about short covering rallies. They don't. Now, I don't know. I'm not saying that that's like a conspiracy or anything, but they
could just be because they want to keep it simple, because they know their viewer base might not be that educated into that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why would they cut her off saying shorts are covering? Wouldn't they cut her off if they're saying shorts still aren't covering? Wouldn't that?
She didn't even talk about meme stocks though. Like she was just talking about the broad market.
Broad market.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know.
They could too just be like, don't even mention shorts, man, because we don't want to fucking deal with these phone calls and these dumbass letters from these uneducated idiots. Just don't even mention the shit on TV. I mean that could be.
Yeah, I don't
see anything nefarious.
I don't.
I mean, we all think the rally was because of short covering.
Yeah, we've said that. Yeah, we've said that. We've been talking about that. Yeah. So I mean, it's not a surprise. But I mean, I guess I could see, you know, like going down the other path, if, you know, the media is trying to portray, they want people to think that this, I mean, but it's not, I mean, like it's clearly the market is, you know, is kind of pivoted to down. Like she said that Powell was very, you know, definitive in what he said. There's no reason to interpret it dovish. He was hawkish. He was very clear about that. So everybody should expect the market to go, you know, at least not rally the way it was. I don't know. It's odd. I mean, but you know, of course the apes are going to see that and assume that it, you know, they know what it means. So it's hard to separate that and get that bias out of your head, even for me, because, you know, I see this shit all the time, you know, all this ape stuff. So, you know, whatever. I mean, and I don't even know, like, was that the whole segment? Did they cut it off? You know, like, what happened there?
They're notorious for editing shit when they put these YouTube videos out.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. That you can't assume that you're seeing the actual thing.
It could be something as simple as like the networks are telling their anchors because they need viewers. So if you're telling them the market's going to be shit,
right?
You don't want everybody getting out of the market because you're going to lose viewership and lose, you know, ad revenue because of that. So you want everybody to hang on that whim that maybe you know, chance of a rally.
Here's a video from 7 months ago. It says this is a short covering rally. So here's a guy who's going to say that it was a short cover. This was January.
Let's bring in Virtu's investment partner, Chief Market Strategist Joe Terranova.
They're not going to cut him off. So
who joins the conversation in the Market Zone. Joe, welcome. What do you make of this now 2-day rebound for the NASDAQ? First up day for the S&P in the last 6. Did it just get too overdone?
Well, I think the institutional and hedge fund money beginning in December began to kind of rotate in a very defensive way. They were capturing positions in healthcare, consumer staples. They were moving away from a lot of the emerging growth stocks, and that positioning continued. And I think, Sarah, basically the market was very short yesterday morning, and you're seeing right now a short covering rally. I think that short covering rally is very well timed. Once again, the S&P 500 holds its 100-day moving average, but I think it also places the market in a great position because we did not or will not have that technical breakdown as we move into earnings. So now, you know, the fundamentals of earnings can shine forth once again. And Sarah, let's remember what a positive catalyst those earnings were for the market.
So he was talking about a short covering rally, and they didn't cut him off. So,
Yeah.
I mean, and that was, where was that? Where was that?
That was in January, I think.
January 11th, I believe. Right here? No, right here. Yeah, right in here. So, yeah, I mean, there's a counterexample right there. Here's one from 3 months ago. Today is a big short covering rally.
We should say, Eric, that you've had a lot of good calls. In fact, you're one of the few bearish going into the year. So no more short-term bounce? You took that off the table?
That's, fuck.
Exactly. So, yeah, as you know, as you mentioned, we've been bearish since early January and then called for this tactical bounce about 2.5 weeks ago. And the rationale behind the bounce, much of which still is in place, but is being overwhelmed by a sort of deteriorating backdrop that I can walk through. But in terms of the short-term dynamics, positioning amongst the institutional community does remain extraordinarily low. I do think that inflation expectations are getting better, and that the direction for inflation over the coming months will certainly improve. And I also think the Fed meetings will be a non-event for the next 2 meetings, which is a positive for the market. But I no longer see as much potential upside on any bounce than I saw before, and also the likelihood of it happening has been reduced. And the reason why is because the fundamental backdrop, which is what we've been concerned about and why we have this more medium term and have maintained the medium term bearish view, is deteriorating rapidly. So you look at something like Target and Walmart as an example that I know everyone's been talking about. But you know, our view is that ultimately earnings estimates need to come down for the S&P 500. And once that starts to happen, that the market will put a lower multiple on lower earnings. And based on what we're seeing, we think that's going to come sooner than we previously thought. In fact, this coming quarter, which is now, yes, I mean, exactly. I mean, you look at someone like Target, their margins were 8% post-pandemic and 6% pre-pandemic. Turn up yesterday dropped back to 6%, and you saw the same thing with Walmart. And the stocks, the earnings estimates get cut by 10 to 15%. The stocks go down 20, right? And I think that's what we're going to see ultimately with the market.
No, this total repricing. So, Eric, here's I get what you're saying. It's like you're just too negative right now to call for a bounce. But why even bother with these short-term tactical trades then? Because even, the most vicious of bear markets, you get tradable, pretty ferocious rallies in there.
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. Why even call for the bounces? I think because, to your point, you do get these big bounces in bear markets. And, looking back to the 2000 bear market, the 2007 bear market, we had 2 to 3 month stretches where you did get rallies. And so if we do think we're going to get a meaningful enough rallies, then we think our clients want to know that. And for that matter, your viewers want to know that. But once that is not going to happen, and we had this very fundamental backdrop that's quite negative, you have to just back out. The market sold off about 3.5%. We no longer think it's going to happen, and then you have to cut your losses and move on, and that's exactly what we are doing.
Well, I didn't hear him say it was a short covering rally.
I didn't hear anything about.
But
yeah, I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear that. But I mean, so they've definitely talked about it before. So let's see here. I wonder if CNBC has the clip itself. I wonder if they actually have it. They got a lot of clips from today, but got the woman on the right side 7 hours ago. I don't really see it. It's the old guy. This guy right here. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if it was from yesterday or don't see it 3 days ago. Yeah, I don't see it on here, but anyway, yeah. I mean, the fact that you could literally find another example from this year of them talking about short covering.
It says, I'm looking at a post, and it kind of, I agree with it. It says, I'm confused about this one. Apes are going crazy over this interview where she said shorts covered and then got cut off. Ape's whole thing is shorts did not cover, but they think the mainstream media is trying to bury the story that shorts. I think you go rabbit hole long enough, you end up fucking as crazy as the apes.
I think. Well, maybe it's. Yeah, here it is. I knew it would be on Reddit. Like they're trying to highlight how corrupt the media is, maybe, but okay. Where are we going here? Twitter. Oh yeah, of course. CNBC was caught cutting off a guest as soon as she mentioned shorts covering. Nothing. What is her? I'm trying to find out her name, but I forget.
Kristen something, I think. I think that's what it said.
Different things, right? Different things.
Thank you.
That's not the whole clip. I mean, it's got to say it. He's got to say it here. On play.
Yeah, I just
down 239 points on the Dow. You can see the NASDAQ down 100.
See here. God damn it.
NASDAQ down 120. S&P down 32. Join us now. Kristen Bitterly, head of North America Investments.
Kristen Biverly? I mean, there's so many ways to spell Kristen. Biverly, something investments. Wonder if she's on Twitter. Kristen, no. I don't know. I'll have to look into that more. See if I can find. Thought that was what it sounded like. I mean, usually they show the name. Shit. I don't know. It says cuts off guest.
But it sounded like it was for some breaking news. They said breaking. I think they said for some breaking economic news or something like that.
Wait, he said, no, let's just go to it. We have to, we have to go right now or something like that. Let's see.
Yeah, something like we have to go right now. Some breaking economic news. We'll be right back or some shit.
Was it actually?
I'm sorry. I've been told we got to go immediately. We've got some issues. Thank you.
We've got some
Squawk
issues.
On the street's going to begin straight ahead.
Issues. He said some issues. 7:57 a.m. Central Time.
Go immediately. We've got some issues. Thank you. Squawk on the street's going to begin straight ahead. Thank you, Chris, and we'll have you back. Actually, to those people that are really mad at me about Kristen Bitterly, I think we're going to be able to go back to her for a variety of reasons. But suffice it to say, right now, Squawk on the street.
He's a fucking goofy ass guy. Like, he seems like a clown, but
was it actually?
I'm sorry.
Bitterly. There it was. There's her name. Kristen Bitterly. She was probably bitter after that. Kristen Bitterly. Yeah, there she is. Okay. Let's see if she's on Twitter. Fucking hell. I guarantee you this is more research than any of these clowns have done into this. They just saw it and was like, oh my God. Oh, more crime. More crime. Holy shit. More crime. Doesn't appear to have a Twitter account.
I think I got her Twitter.
Oh, really?
Let's see. I think. Let's see. Yeah, I'll link it in the Telegram group.
Okay.
Tell me if it's the right one. All right.
But that's Courtney Bitterly. It's Kristen, I think.
Oh, shit.
But, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's weird. It's a weird name, but.
Oh, Kristen. I
mean, how in the hell can a reporter not be on Twitter? Or, well, she's not a reporter, I guess. She's smart. That's why. That's she's smart. She's not on Twitter. Oh, God damn. This fucking shit's so slow. Yeah, no, it's not the same one. He looks cool, but that's not the same one.
Yeah, I'm not able to pull. Yeah, it's not showing me anything.
Oh, Kristen Bitterly Mitchell. Okay, maybe that's actually her name. Maybe she got divorced or married. Let me put that in here because I just saw that. Oh, there was one that came up, Bitterly Kristen. Why didn't that? God damn it. Fucking Twitter. Twitter clearly needs Elon Musk to fix it. But I just searched for it. God damn it. People. Kristen Bitterly. Oh. Nothing there. I mean, it's an inactive, like, unused Twitter, so I don't know. See, someone uploaded a clean copy when they came back from the break. I think we saw that, but yeah, no, that's what one we saw. Well, anyway, yeah, it's the same exact video. Anyway, I mean, yeah, of course, if you see that and you're a believer in this stuff, that's just going to be another piece of confirmation bias. But
even at its best, it's just weird. You can't sit there and say like Frankie did that. This is actual proof that they're trying to sign. silence what's really going on, and the media is corrupt. Like, media is corrupt. I mean,
Right.
that's a given.
Yeah, but you have to,
they-
like, why would you take it seriously anyway? But like, that's one of the first fucking things that I learned in. I mean, I learned a long time ago actually, but I mean, certainly as like an investor being in the market, like, oh, you hear on the news that there was whatever, there was a Boeing airplane that crashed, and so you're gonna go short Boeing then, like.
Right.
That's not how it works. Like, by the time you hear it on the media, it's old, like the market's already dealt with it. So, I mean, and people do that.
Not only that, they don't believe the media about anything. They think everything's all lies. So,
well, yeah, that's true.
I mean, unless it backs up one of their claims, that's the only time that they believe the media. You know what I mean? Any of these sources.
Yeah, you don't hear much about Charles Payne these days. Well, he must not be like pumping up the apes' egos anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
notice he don't have Trey and all those other
those
Muppets.
I don't think Trey will ever be on TV again. Like,
how did they allow that? What the fuck is that girl's name? Tara Bull or whatever on Twitter. How did they allow her on a financial fucking TV show? How did they allow her on Fox?
Was that CNBC?
That terrible.
Was it Fox?
Yeah,
Business?
or CNBC or NBC. She was on one of them shits. Like, how the fuck? That's how you tell. You can tell they were just joking.
Oh yeah, right here.
And people, they were just letting
Fox bit from 1 year ago. YouTube host Andrew No Money, Twitter Spaces host Tara Bull. Yeah, it's from a year ago. It's like 10 minutes. And then maybe she was on CNBC too.
There's nothing you can tell. She cannot, there's no way she can talk educated the financial market. Her Twitter line is filled with conspiracies and just absolute dog
and
shit.
like sexual, like innuendo type stuff. Because
So, folks, I've been helping individual investors for more than 30 years. In fact, I'm heading toward 40 real quick. So I've seen every possible mistake firsthand. And I've always seen investors become smarter, calmer, and much more determined over the years. And not just to be mindless drones, pouring their money into slow-moving products that are peddled by Wall Street. I mean, these folks, they're out there while Wall Street, and they're doing their thing. In the meantime, Wall Street's always trying to hit home runs with their own money. So I think people have seen through that. I got to be honest. I love being part of this evolution of the self-directed investor movement. I think it's thrilling.
This is from July 8th of 2021. So about a month after the AMC run-up here.
And I got an email up on Tuesday. It came from someone who's a subscriber and uses my educational services. He said he went from $120,000 to a high of $1.2 million in less than a year. I have yet to cash out any stocks except for the 10% profit designated for Christmas donations. The funds I am working with are in my 401k trading account. The book is wonderful, but a new chapter needs to be added. How to take advantage of hedge funds when they try to run a company out of business by shorting it out of existence. Now, the email speaks of taking action, right? It speaks of diamond hands. Obviously, it speaks of trying to level the playing field. So with that in mind, I
wonder if that was a real email. I wonder if that person was still really holding their stocks. I wonder if they still are. Because if they are, they're stupid. But I mean, they're talking about a 401k anyway, so it's hard to cash that out. You're gonna have to pay a penalty anyway, whatever. But I mean, again, shorting companies out of business. Like, it's just garbage. It's garbage narrative.
The so-called ape community, and let's talk to them about what they're trying to achieve in this market, and also how they feel when the financial media is always trying to paint them as menaces. Andrew Mo Money, a YouTube host, and also we have with us from Twitter Space host Tara Bull. Hey, thank you both for coming on. First, just what drew you to this thing in the first place? And I'll start with you, Tara. What made you focus in on the market, particularly on these AMC and GameStop, those kind of stocks?
Well, honestly, I didn't really know what I was getting myself into when I first decided to invest in AMC.
Oh, that's a surprise.
I did know about what happened with GameStop, and I guess I didn't want to see the same thing happen with a movie theater company. I love the movies. My family loves the movies. I didn't want to see them, be pushed down. I didn't want to see them, especially during a pandemic.
Right. Okay. Andrew, I've watched the YouTube stuff. You're very calm, collected. You have a lot of great information. Of course, you're not a financial advisor, but you are.
I mean, the thing is, like, the movies were never going anywhere. There will always be movies. And even
AMC goes out of business doesn't mean movies are done.
In Cleveland here, there's like 1 or 2 AMC theaters. I've never been to either of them. And it's not the main, there are a lot of other theaters. So, I mean, most people don't go to AMC here, but I mean,
I think we got Lowe's here.
Oh, really? We have Cinemark and we have Regal, and I've gone to Regal more than anything, but that's my ex-wife used to get free tickets from her work, so that's why we went there. But it was also like the more convenient, nicer theater. But like the only thing that you don't want to see them get pushed down. You don't want to see the movies get hurt, whatever. I mean, first of all, you're not talking about the movies. You're talking about like theater exhibition. Like that's like the end user. Like that has nothing to do with Hollywood. First of all, like so they're gonna so that's the movies, like the movie industry. Not it's not the same thing. Number two, there's all one theater goes out of business. Well, somebody's going to buy it. There's going to be another theater, whatever, or everything's streaming. You're still going to see movies. Number three, what did you achieve by doing that? Well, Adam Aron got way richer. You put a lot of money in the fucking CEO's pocket and the other executives. So, I mean, it's just like
they sold damn near every vested share they could, the whole board. How is that? If they know about synthetics and they know, and Adam Aron's trying to communicate to them, why the fuck? The only shares he has left are ones that aren't vested yet and he can't get rid of.
Right. Why would, and if he knew about it, he believed in it, he had proof, whatever, why would he sell them? Why wouldn't he wait until the squeeze? Well, the reason that the apes give is because he's not allowed to sell during a short squeeze, which is nonsense. He absolutely is.
They can't sell immediately. They have to file paperwork like 30, 90 days. I think it's like 30, 60 or 90 days in advance.
But I mean, he could file it. I don't know if it has to be because Ryan Cohen filed it the same day. He filed that form the same day and sold the same day. We found out, remember? Last couple weeks ago. So
yeah, but that was Bed Bath and Beyond. I don't think he was a board member.
But he was an insider because he was considered an insider because he owned more than 10% of the shares.
Yeah, more than 5 or 10.
So
yeah, right.
I'm not sure. I mean, he probably could, but I mean, the thing is, like, would they actually check the timestamp? If the shit popped off, you could sell and then file the paperwork. Like later that day, probably. I think they would probably do it, or at least, some if
Don't
they
forget,
believed it.
He's been a CEO his entire life, and
right. Fuck.
And just now, he hadn't had any type of estate planning, and God forbid, he had to get it.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Big time. Everybody else, like, what's one other guy? He was dumping shares before everybody. What's it? The CFO or what's the guy's name?
Yeah, I think it was a CFO. Chris Cox. No, I'll just look at it on Finviz here.
Damn it, I can't remember his name. But if he, I mean, he had been dumping the whole fucking time.
Sean Goodman, that's a CFO.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Sean Goodman. Yeah. And then, yeah, you had Chris Cox, who's the chief accounting officer. It's like the head accountant. And he sold as recently as August 8th. He sold 12,000 shares at $25, which is like higher than, well, I guess, no, he sold at 28 also back in March.
And if Ape was such a good idea, why wouldn't they have held till after Ape got released? Like,
right.
These people are inside. They know what the fuck.
Right.
You know what I mean? And somehow they walked away with millions and still had the community like fucking loving them and
yeah, there's
making excuses for them.
There's 25 million right there for Adam Aron. There's another 9.6. So there's over 35 million right there. There's another 7 million. So yeah, like over $40 million. Adam Aron. That's crazy. So that's what Terra.
He can tell for his estate planning, but God forbid any of the apes even just sold their initial investment so they could get, you know what I mean, all their money back and just leave the free roll. And God forbid, you know what I'm saying?
And the apes, right? And the apes were so concerned about, oh, we can't sell because of other people, whatever. But it was okay that Adam Aron sold, or they didn't make a big deal out of it because they had to believe that Adam Aron was on their side.
Of shares.
Yeah.
He had dumped like
$40 million.
A typical ape might sell like 20 or 50 for Christ's sakes.
And he didn't even sell anything at crazy prices either. Like $40, 30.
Well, crazy prices now.
Yeah, crazy prices now. $30, $22. But he didn't sell it. He didn't sell it like 60, 70. I don't think his shares were vested then, though. Like, I don't think he could sell.
No, I don't think so either.
Because he surely would have then. But I don't know when they went vested, but probably the same day that he sold at $40. But
yeah, that would be interesting to see when they vested, how long he waited.
Because he had an option exercise. It shows an option exercise here of 500,000 shares on November 1st, and then on November 8th he sold. I'm sorry, November 9th he sold at $40. 625,000 shares. So I wonder if that option for 500,000 shares was exercised and then he was able to, that's probably what vested it, right?
Yeah.
Exercising the option, turned it into shares, and then he sold them. So that's probably what it is. Because you have all these option exercises, and then, so they all had options exercised on November 1st, then they sold. Then they all had options exercised on January 3rd, and then they all sold.
That was probably the vesting.
The vesting. That's probably how it worked. I mean, there's forms for all this stuff.
So as soon as they were vested, he dumped them?
Pretty much.
Or as soon as
like a week later.
Exercise,
like a week later.
Yeah, so basically right then and there. I mean, he had to file the paperwork and everything, so yeah.
Yeah, there's a form here. Securities acquired, 500,000. Disposed of 225,000. Price 0.
And remember, he gave his sons a bunch of fucking shares.
Did he?
On the, you know what I mean, as a workaround before he started selling the shares. Back when it ran up. I can't remember the actual date of it, but I know he gifted his sons. I can't remember how many shares, but it was a nice amount.
Okay.
And he's got 2 sons, so he gifted them each, and it was like a workaround where he could do it without having to cash them out. And then they could cash them, and they didn't have to report. If he gave them to them, they didn't have to report them selling them. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
So you'll never find out. I don't think you'll find out when they sold them, but you can see when he gifted them to them.
Okay. So let's see here. 408. Oh yeah, there's another sale here. So he had 1.2 million shares after that option exercise. Then he sold 625,000 shares and he was left with 400,000. Then he sold $312,000. He was left with $95,000. Then he had another option exercise of $535,000. So that gave him $631,000, and he sold $312,000, so about half. And he was left at $205,000. And I guess that's the last entry. So he still has 205,000 shares, apparently, according to this. So, I mean, I don't know why he hasn't cashed those out, but
Let me see. I'll pull something.
it's just going lower. Anyway, let's let the rest of this video
You are
play.
sharing information with people. How did you get to this point?
Thank you, Charles. From the Moon Platoon, the Andrew Money community, I really appreciate
on March 17th.
March 17th?
Yeah. The stock was valued at $8.03 per share on March 4th and was hovering around the $8 mark for much of the time, meaning the Sun shares were worth around $3.4 million when they were first gifted to them.
March of this year or last year?
Last year.
Oh, 2021. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't show that on far back on Fintel.
But thanks to Wednesday's record gains, each Sun may now have shares valued at $15.6 million or combined $31.2 million.
Wow.
The shares closed up 95% from the previous day's trading, rising to $31.98 per share to $62.55. Wow. So yeah, it gave his sons quite a amount, and they didn't have to file when they sold them.
Right.
They're not part of the company. But he was allowed
and
to
they weren't. It wasn't 10% or more of the shares. How many shares was it?
All right. It was 500,000 shares.
Okay.
He gifted his two sons a combined 500,000 shares, so 250,000 each.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
And it says it's not clear, however, if the two sons decided to hold onto the gift or sell it before AMC stock went soaring through the roof this week.
Hopefully. So that's from June, last June, that article?
That article is from, June 3rd, 2021.
Oh, wow. Right after right during the run up there. Damn.
And it says his March gift of $7 million in shares rockets to $31 million after Reddit traders inflate meme stock value by 95%.
Inflate. Right.
But yeah, all right, there it was. I just want to look that up.
Yeah, that's I didn't hear about. I did not know about that, so it's interesting. All right.
Appreciate you having us on. It is a story of when people take a look at obvious injustice, when people take a look at companies that have been growing up with them alongside their childhoods and now giving back.
These guys are like fucking social justice warriors for corporations. Like, what in the fuck is wrong with this? Like, holy shit. He's sitting here talking about injustices against a fucking corporation. I mean, I can't believe I just heard that. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
That is ridiculous. Like, oh yeah, the corporations have feelings too, guys. What the fuck?
Back to that exact same company, GameStop and AMC, there are 4.1 million apes holding the float for a reason on AMC's side. So that's the reason why I'm part of just one of millions.
Speaking of which, though, do you get upset at all? I mean, almost every single day in the financial media, you're called dumb. Today, the ape community was blamed for the broad market, a $36 trillion market. They blamed you for it being down today. I mean, how does that make you feel?
I mean, it just makes me feel even more excited. It's just more attention on the movement, to be honest. I feel like I feel like there are plenty of people who still trust, what they're hearing, but there are a lot more people who are seeing things the other way now. They're seeing things for what they really are. They know that this wasn't caused by us. They're starting to, realize what's really going on.
Charles,
so it's exciting.
Okay.
Wow.
Andrew, how do you grow this community? I look at Google Trends and things like that. It's starting to slow down a little bit. I know it's strong, but how do you make it grow even more?
Charles, the apes are investing in the definition of investing. So originally, you would go out and say there are buzzwords we like to use: FUD, for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's better to use a more commonly recognized word: propaganda. When people come into the mainstream media. They expect to be able to trust people like you. Silverbacks.
Right. Silverbacks. Jesus Christ.
Silverbacks.
Man.
Charles Payne fans out there. They are talking specifically about whether or not. Oh, sorry.
You just called a black man a silverback on national TV. And like, that's cool, I guess.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but he's
fuck, man?
but he's an anchor on a conservative news channel, so I guess it's okay. You know, like what? Oh,
it blows my mind. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. He's Asian, so he gets a pass, I guess.
mean, unfortunately, we're running out of time. We don't have as much time on the air as you have on YouTube. I want to say God bless, congratulations. And you're right. Listen, I'm working on another book, and I've got a whole chapter in Diamond Hands, and it features Warren Buffett. That is the definition of investing.
What?
Buy and hold, up and down. If you believe in it and you think the fundamentals work, go for it. I'm sick of people dissing,
like,
and I will always be on your side.
Total,
Andrew Tara, thank
like, I don't know if that's true or not, that they don't lend them out.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Like, I know what the apes say, but
yeah.
Yeah.
If you're a computer share, why wouldn't?
Right. Yeah.
You lend them out if you could.
I don't know. All right, I'm going to finish this.
Thank you both very much. And by the way, I've got a public service announcement that I want to alert all individual investors. FINRA is taking public comment on short reporting and short sales.
Oh, yeah.
Apes and everything.
I guess there's an institutional guy.
Of course, is cryptocurrencies with us. And I want to first say thanks for coming on.
Oh, that's talking about crypto. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so anyway, I don't that that was terrible on Fox Business with Andrew No Money. So, god damn, this connection. Fuck. Let's see. All right. Kristen bitterly cut off for saying shorts are covering adds to why I believe AMC will squeeze. Of course it does. We know that. You didn't even have to say. Fucking hell. Fucking cat tangled up in my goddamn headset cord here. Wonder. New way to short meme stocks by Astro. Oh my god. All right, this is the last video.
Salutations, my little cockmonglers. How we doing? All right, so this is an interesting one here. Tesla recently had something like this happen. There was a strictly only, I don't know why I used the word strictly, it was a little superfluous, but an ETF that provides only short exposure. And speaking of exposure, let me turn down this fucking light. There's been an ETF for Tesla that was released within the past.
You hear about these things? The short ETFs that are for one stock only. They're basically ETFs that only have exposure to one stock, and they're inverse. So he's talking about Tesla, but I guess that there's a short AMC ETF and short GameStop ETF that's coming out.
But that's just another way they're going to milk these motherfuckers, man.
Right, and it's not and it's not.
It's not any type of long-term. Those ETFs you don't want to be in.
No, because they reset every day. They reset. I don't know if you've ever looked into how those inverse ETFs work. I'm assuming you have. Yeah, if you hold them overnight, you get really fucked. Like they're day trading vehicles. Yeah, Like it's gonna be nearly impossible for you to come back from a loss on those if you hold them any length of time. But
So
I mean,
there is no way that plays into their Moass thing at.
I don't. Yeah, I was going to see what hell Astro's going to say here
So I
about
think
it.
that was just
Yeah, let's see how he breaks
exposure
this
to
one
Tesla, but from the short side. And now, lo and fucking behold, we've got one or two, evidently two. Actually, no, 10. One for MicroStrategy, Coinbase, GameStop, AMC, Peloton, Tilray, Nikola, Hood, Beyond Meat, and Penn, which is a fucking gambling company, I think. All these ETFs are strictly giving exposure to the short side of the aforementioned stocks. And, to me, it just kind of screams like, hey, there's no liquidity left in the generic approach of shorting. Typically when you have
I don't think so.
It's a principle in markets that when you have the overcomplexifying or the anything circuitous, anything that just
Oh my god,
fragments or just takes a simple concept and crushes it and makes a bunch of smaller concepts of itself. That is a sign of a fucking bubble, and it's a sign of fraud. It's a sign of a big problem. So,
I mean, maybe, but I mean, it's
this dude he just likes to hear him talk and himself talk, and he likes to say big words because he thinks it makes him smart.
Right.
It is absolutely liquidity dry up because they have a inverse ETF.
Right.
How does that make sense?
No. Yeah. I mean,
Why?
There are. I mean, I believe that they have shares that they buy that they it's backed up by shares. I think how these work, but just like a ETF would be, and shorting ETFs is a very complex. I got into it last year, like learning about it, and it's complicated. It's more complicated than I don't remember all the ins and outs of it, but it's not like it's not the same as like shorting a stock, like the same way. Like it's they basically create shares. They create shares, ETFs into shares though. Like
you can't pick out which share you want.
Right. If you short the ETF, you're it's broken down. I'm assuming like the percentage of the stocks that are in that ETF. So like if you shorted the NASDAQ, QQQ, whatever, it's going to be applied to
each individual stock in there
at a percentage.
If you got like however many, by percentage and shit.
Right. So you'd be shorting Apple mostly if you shorted the NASDAQ or the SPY, either one, honestly. But yeah, so I mean, sign of drying up liquidity, probably more so a sign, or just another vehicle, another trading product, that people can make money on, essentially. Like the fact that they're short only, what does that say about the prospect? Like, what do people expect these things to do? If they came out with a short only ETF for it, well, it pumps and dumps a lot. So, hey, you want to make money when it goes down. Like, I don't see
the fact that it resets daily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it does, like the other ones. I don't know that for a fact necessarily.
It's usually
how they work, though.
Inverse.
All of them, that I've seen.
Otherwise, you would just buy straight options.
Right. Yeah.
Or just short the shit.
Right. And I'm assuming that they're leveraged too, I guess. I think they like a 3x or whatever, but yeah. Well, let's continue here.
Really, I don't have too many words for this other than wow and fuck. I don't know. I'm actually kind of excited for it because now all of you prissy little fucking butthurt retards who are like, well, you're telling us to play options and we're losing money. Well, here you go. If you would like the buy and hold thing, buy and hold some of this too to hedge. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. It's quite an interesting fucking model to go by, though. I would love to know who is underwriting this. I would love to see the prospectus for all of these. I also find it very interesting that of all of the stocks that you know, have made headlines for being a meme stock, you have these 10 that show up. It kind of gives this scent of what the fuck is the word? Fuck, I just had it at the tip of my tongue.
What he's trying to say, I think, is that the fact that they put AMC on there confirms the squeeze somehow. I think that's where he's going with this. I mean, that would make sense to me, that he would say that.
Wow, I can't believe I really just fucking forgot that.
Wow.
I can't believe that came out of his mouth.
I don't remember it. There was a punchline there. Some immediacy, some concern, some yeah. Someone give me the adjective in the comments, please. So yeah, just really weird that out of the 10 stocks that you could have picked, or any stock really, it's these 10.
Because these are the ones that are
on top of the like.
Right. I mean, let's see here.
You're gonna take some random fucking stock that gets no type of action. You know what I'm saying? They know these are like buzzword stocks, that the majority of the retail crowd focuses on just these type of stocks.
Right. Coinbase, GameStop, AMC, Peloton, Tilray, Nikola, Robinhood, Penn Gaming.
Not to mention they're highly. Yeah. I would assume that these are all highly volatile stocks as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Right.
And for him to say all the people crying about playing options and buy and hold some of this, are you serious? You'll get fucking ass raped. Go ahead and buy and hold this for a week.
Mm-hmm. So this comment says this new single stock ETF allows them to borrow the stock to short, but cover with cash.
No.
While never having to buy the underlying stock itself, allowing downward pressure on said stock.
Oh, how do you even?
I don't know. I don't know.
How do you even make that up? Like, how do you even like? Oh my god! Like I have to give them credit because they are truly imaginative. You know what I mean? Like they come up with some wild fucking shit.
Simple, DRS your shares. Simple, DRS your shares. Let them keep creating synthetics and buy them and DRS. Like they think that, literally think that they just create shares every day because there's no shares left. Like Scavenger said, there's no shares left. Like it's not like toilet paper. Like it's not like fucking toilet paper. Like, you know, you don't have a physical product. There's always somebody there's always somewhere, you know, somebody is willing to sell them. You don't have to print them, you know. There's no share. Desperation. This says desperation.
Yeah, there's always another side of the coin. There's always two sides. That's how the market stays afloat. That's how the market keeps going. The continual.
Right. Yeah. For sure.
Direct whatever they did with computer share. Wouldn't GME's volume not be affected if it was synthetics? Why is their volume so much drastically lower than it was before everybody started doing their computer share shit?
Well, and not only that, I mean, when they did their stock split, dividend, whatever, dropped the price down, nobody fucking traded it. The volume was lower. Like, explain that one. The volume was fucking dried up after they split, and it went down and like to whatever, 30, 20 bucks from 100, whatever. Like the whole point of that, I thought, was, you know, well, it was probably supposed to expose the synthetics somehow. Well, that didn't work. But also to make it more affordable so people could buy it, you know, because nobody has any money. Well, that didn't even work either. Like, so you just, you know, I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
Again, it comes down to.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
The only I really think the only demand for these stocks are from the apes. They're the only ones that want the shit consistently. You know what I mean? Like there's not,
Right.
there's no demand from the shorts that need this stock. Yeah, there's some shorts out there, but it's
But I
not
mean,
what they think.
But yeah, but even if the apes aren't selling their shares, there's plenty of other sellers that are willing to sell it. Like I
Yeah.
don't know what the institutional ownership is according to Fidelity. Like recently, I can look it up here real quick. But I mean, it was like 40% or something before. So like, yeah, I mean, it's not 90 fucking percent. Actually,
No.
what? Actually, whoa, wow. So actually, according to Fidelity here, holy shit. Other, is what I go off of for retail because they've got institutional, mutual fund, insiders, and then other. So other, I mean, that's all the other ones. They have to report. Institutions report, mutual funds and insiders. They all have to report their holdings. Retail doesn't report their holdings. So that's the others, the unreported shares. 34%. It was 50 something before. It was definitely 50. I think it was 57, maybe. Now it's 34. So, let's see. Institutional shares sold 100. So, institutions reduced their shares. Where did all the fucking shares go then? 95. Maybe it's because not all of they should all be in though. All the filings should be in. Yeah, it's rebalanced. That's different than it was before. Because this puts retail, the maximum retail ownership at 34.4%, which is, I mean, that's lower than it was. It was definitely over 50. It was 51 or 57, I forget. I think it's the mutual fund ownership is up, but I could be wrong about that. But yeah, wow, okay. So not only do apes not own 90% of the float, they don't even fucking own 35% of the float, according to the filings. Like, you know what I mean? Like 70,
Yeah, there's no
66% of the float. Yeah. 60% of the fucking float, 55, whatever, 60, let's just say 60. 60% of the float is owned by institutions or insiders that have to report their ownership. So that leaves only 34% that's not been claimed, which could be, retail. So that's way lower. Holy shit. Damn, that's crazy. All right. So yeah, I mean, the point is that the whole point was to say that there's plenty of shares being sold on a daily basis for shorts to buy them and cover with them. Like that
easily.
is, because it's happening. It's happening every fucking day too. Like, shit. Just today, 3 million AMC shares were returned, and 19 million Ape shares were returned today. So, I mean, 19 million were returned today of Ape. So,
I mean, it's for the Ape preferred dividend shares.
Yeah.
Is there a way to tell when or if the company has sold any of their stockpile that they have?
Should be in filings, I would think. I mean, I don't know. Do they have to? They would have to disclose that.
Yeah.
I think. Let's see. I
don't know how.
Let's see here.
Because you would think that the company would want to start releasing some of those to make some money, because they don't make any money unless they release those. The ones that they have locked up. So
right, AMC Entertainment Holdings. This is AMC. See, I need the Ape though.
remember when it was first released, it shot up to like $10,
Right.
and then just started dumping. So I'm wondering, did the company have they put any of theirs into the market? Did they dump any into the market?
Let me see here. Let's try this one. Ape. Let's see. See. Security sale purchase record. I wonder if it's aggregating both AMC and Ape under the same thing. Let's see, because there was some forms filed on the 23rd of, oh God, filed on the, oh, God damn it, it's not showing it in a good, let's see, APU, preferred equity units. I can't read that. It's all jumbled together. But this can't be, because this has got to be just for AMC in general, because it's got filings like from before Ape was released, so that doesn't make sense. I mean, they would, I would think they have to report it. They have to, they'd have to disclose that, I would think.
I would too, but I would.
But I, you know, I also can't assume that, I guess. Let's see, financials. Ape financials. Well, that's not SEC filings. Come on. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. 823. 822. I mean, it came out on the 20th. It came out basically then, right? It was 22nd. I think it started trading. So
22nd, yeah.
Yeah. So this would have been from the next day. Let's see. AMC director. Date of earliest transaction 19th. Preferred equity units. Number of derivative securities acquired. This is just insiders getting it, I guess. Guy's the director of the company, so this was, I guess, the insiders got it too, if they guess to match the number of shares they had. But that was, that was from the 22nd, 23rd. So I don't think that there hasn't been a filing since. So, I mean, I'm not going to say that they haven't, but then again, also, this doesn't make sense because it's showing all the old filings on here too. Because it's this Class A common stock. Oh, this is from when they bought Wyckoff Mining. This filing here. So they have, for some reason, they have AMC and Ape under the same file because it's equities in the same company. So, you know, it's not, I mean, the Ape filings are listed under AMC too. So, but we'll check into that later and see, because I mean, conceivably they will, and it should be disclosed, on one of those forms, I would think. So,
yeah, I'm gonna try to look into that shit.
Yeah, you can look into it too. So, let's see here. Get bored with Astro. Short covering exposed. What the fuck?
Are underwater. But also, guys, if you do take anything out of this video or just enjoy watching,
That makes no
smashing
sense.
that like button, dropping a comment.
How are shorts underwater? No, longs are underwater, actually. I mean, you should be able to look at your own fucking account and tell that.
Down below and hitting that subscribe button. Let's get into it. Really bought shares in GameStop and AMC. Now, this isn't the most relative thing throughout the video, but I just wanted to state that them as a hedge fund expect stocks in general to drop 25%, and they still do hold an AMC position, so I don't think they're worried about AMC. That's the first thing I wanted to get off my chest. The next thing is this. Adam Aron tweeted, "My first job at the pioneering airplane Pan Am. I'm excited to go to a museum in Ireland tomorrow with a full-size replica mock-up of the Pan Am Boeing 314 flying boat airplane in 1943. FDR famously flew on a B-314 on the first ever U.S. presidential flight." Now, if you go down here, shout out to AMC2Moon on Twitter. He posted this. Section 314B,
what
which
the
is the
fuck?
plane Adam Aron listed off. Now, again, some of these can be far-fetched, but this says, USA Patriot Act, Section 314B permits financial institutions, upon providing notice to the United States Department of Treasury, to share information with one another in order to identify and report to the federal government activities that may involve money laundering or terrorist activity. Financial institutions wanting to do so may notify the Treasury Department by clicking the
So this is the Patriot Act connection.
certification
Jesus
link below,
fuck.
yada, yada, yada. So this is the next thing I wanted to get off my chest. I thought that was also extremely interesting. Finally, Morgan Stanley and Bank of America are to have their short selling methods inspected in South Korea per Bloomberg. So
South Korea.
their quote-unquote short selling methods are now about to be inspected. For whatever reason, Morgan Stanley and Bank of America. Now, the next thing I wanted to go over, 1.3 days to cover on AMC, the metric that just kind of shows how long it would take all shorts to get out of their positions on this stock. Short interest, 89 million shares, aka 17.3% of free float. This is reported by Fintel. I assume it's more like 19% short interest on AMC, 65% off exchange short volume. It should never be this high, but it has been on.
Another person who doesn't understand short volume. Go figure. Go fucking figure. I mean, seriously. God damn. And yeah, sorry about the connection tonight, guys. It started out okay, but then I don't know what happened. But yeah, I'm glad that we got this in, though. Patriot Act.
This is dark pool volume. Now over here, we can go over the numbers real quick. 100,000 shares available to borrow with an 18.4% fee. We are losing on the call to put options chain as of now, but I do think AMC is going to get over the TA in a second. 1,000 calls to 10,000 puts expiring in the money. 240,000 short exempt. So they did creep down slightly over the past 2 days, the 25th and the 26th, but they are still unrealistically high compared to other stocks. 500,000 shares available to borrow on GameStop at a 12.6% cost to borrow fee, 50% free float DRS, 1,000 calls in the money compared to 7,000 puts. I am also bullish on DRS on GameStop, unrealistically high compared to other stocks. 500,000 shares available to borrow.
So more shares available to borrow in GameStop, which has half of the fucking float, supposedly DRS.
Unrealistically high compared to other stocks. 500,000 shares available to borrow on GameStop at a 12.6% cost to borrow fee, 50% free float DRS, 1,000 calls in the money compared to 7,000 puts. I am also bullish on GameStop, 11,000 short exempt, so this did get cut in half here. As for the TA side of things, I wanted to touch on GameStop first because I do think with the implied volatility being where it's at on GameStop and the way the chart is set up and the cycles we've been tracking, now is a good time to grab calls on GameStop, or at least earlier in the day, all in my opinion, not financial advice. Feel free to do so, and also feel free to not do so. GameStop is pretty self-explanatory for the chart aspect side of things. I'm expecting a bump back up to around at least $37 by the end of the week or next week. So that's
going to be a thwarted expectation.
Assuming is coming for GameStop based off of the chart.
assuming.
Aspect. And AMC, I wanted to go over this real quick. So I started tracking these cycles on AMC.
Oh my.
It's been a while now, but I kind of wanted to come up with the 3 major points where I think AMC has a good time to squeeze. This can gauge when I am personally going to be buying call options at some point around this area. Okay, so I do think at some point by September 20th to September 30th, AMC has a good chance at running over here. The next point is late October, early November, and the next point would be early January. These are the 3 points I think AMC
got to get him primed for next year.
Squeezing or making a new
Summer's
high
over.
of $72, and I think it's pretty smart to pay attention to these 3 levels here. But as for the week ending September 2nd, I do expect AMC to at least come up to about $10.50 before getting a rejection. And overall, this is the minor thing that I'm looking at as for a setup on AMC. So I do think it has a chance to run here, here, and here.
Great.
So this is the basic chart analysis on AMC. I wanted to touch on the S&P 500 and BBBY as well really quick. So I have a pretty simple outlook on the S&P 500. I'm either looking for 397, as we did get rejected. I'm looking for 397 on the SPY, and if not, if you guys do think we are bullish case scenario, I'm looking for a test on 407. Overall, these are the 2 levels I am looking at. I'm not one to say if the SPY is going to go red or green tomorrow, because the position it's in right now is extremely hard to tell. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a bump up and a test on 407, but I also wouldn't be surprised at all if we just sold off back down to 397 on the S&P 500. Also, with everybody trading Bed Bath & Beyond, I want you to be extremely careful as we have tracked cycles, and this is playing out to the T with the cycle, and I expect a drop off pretty soon, back down to about maybe $9 or so. Whether that's going to happen before this gap fill up to 1638, I couldn't tell you, but I do think BBY will come back down,
of course.
Unless shorts did get squeezed out of their position, but that is my overall outlook on Bed Bath & Beyond. Just be extremely careful if you guys are playing Bed Bath & Beyond. Now, we did go over this earlier in a video, so feel free to watch it. Ticker symbol FAZE. If you guys want to watch the video, it's 2 minutes long. It's on the channel. It's the one posted before this one. But this stock is absurd. 99% short interest of the free float. And all the metrics are in that video. So if you guys do want to see that and do take up on this opportunity, feel free to go do so. But that is it, guys. That is what I got for this update video.
Look into that one.
This helps you guys, or at least you enjoyed the video. Smash the like button. Hit that subscribe button. Also, get up to your to 10 free stocks by hitting the link pinned in the top of comments and linked in the description for depositing $100 into Moomoo and trading on there. You can buy and sell Ape and AMC, as well as get access to options, level 2 order book, and viewing other exchanges. So that is it, guys. I love you all. Lottery Stocks out.
Oh, fuck. Just crash already. The sooner AMC crashes, the sooner we go to the moon. You are trying to take the pressure off you for selling all of your ape. Man, so many spam, like, just people spamming the same comments in there. All right. Let's try this again. Try it again. And immediately left the chat. Yes. March 2023, we'll be entering the chat soon. Mark my words on that. Man, I can't believe it. I mean, I can, but fuck me. You know what we could do? Look at the channel page here. God damn, this thing is so slow. There we go. YouTube Studio. Let's see here. Let me make sure that this doesn't have any personal information on it first. I don't think it does, but man. In the video where we started the video here with Trey, oh my god, it's not even loading. YouTube Studio. Alright, let's see here. God. Well, anyway, fuck it, let's do it live. Yeah, good old Bill O'Reilly. I feel like it's damn, it's only Monday. Fuck. Only Monday. Damn. Let's see. Okay. Let's do this. We can do comments. See if there's any new good comments. Oh, God. You're too demanding. I got a sugar mama and she's outstanding. The future was looking rosy before I found out you were so damn nosy. I can tell by the way you run your mouth. You're a punk ass no class bitch from the South. No, not really. TWA is a prolific commenter. Always helps out with the comments. Stock Mo recommended a penny stock, Great Thunder Gold Corporation, because he was paid $10,000 by Future Money Trends to do it. He himself said he was paid to recommend the stock. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? It was 70 cents at the time. The stock shot up the next day and a lot of new volume came in that day. Share price came down to about 25 cents. I checked once today and it was 29 cents. Can't find the chart anymore. Teddy Zane never has a profitable trade. Guy is horrible. Way too many roids. Great. Some of the most over-the-top comments to AMC Scammers YouTube videos that he's come across. Comments, Frankie Muhammad. Frank, I'm out, AMC. But still sub to you because you are always a real one. This video is the best and most absolutely truthful video you've made. They do it all over the market on every single day when they want to. Blah, blah, blah. So what did selling do? It's called adapt and look out for yourself. Who the fuck cares? That's not real money. You don't understand the bigger picture with this play. Okay, shill. Well, anyway, here, let's see. Content. Oh, no. Audience. That's what I want. So, let's see. Still 100% male, Lynn and Antoinette. I don't know why. So, we've bifurcated into 35 to 44 years of age and 55 to 64 years of age. And that's interesting. And I think that seems fairly accurate from what I know about some of you guys. So that's interesting. Yeah. Returning viewers, that's good. Let's see. Yeah. Cool. All right. So, yeah, I'll see you guys on, I don't know, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that. Anyway, so we have so many wrenches in there now. I love it. Lynn and Model 3 dude, and then we got, oh, that's because I'm on top chat only. God dang it. Everything got screwed up. And Manuel, but I think he probably got pissed. He probably got shut out. I mean, he probably got Frustrated. That's the word. That's the word. And I would too. I mean, I did. So anyway, good night, anyone and everyone. Yes, I'll see you on sometime in the future.